Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, again, Tanya Heitrick, Operations Administrator at the Legislative Service Office, and I'll go ahead and let Ms. Phillips introduce herself as well.
Mr. Chairman, Ashley Phillips, Legislative Editor at LSO. I'm going to kick us off here with the reading assessment and intervention with 26 LSO 193, the literacy position for the K-3 reading program. At your August meeting, the committee directed LSO to pull out the portions of 26 LSO 92 that created a position for the state superintendent to administer 21, sorry. To administer 21-3-401 and sort of manage the operation of that. So this bill draft's pretty straightforward. With section 1, appropriates the biennial amount of $240,000 from the Public School Foundation program account to the Department of Education for a full-time employee to assist in implementing Wyoming Statute 21-3-401 for the upcoming biennium, July 1, 2026, and ending June 30th of 2028. It is limited to $120,000 for each fiscal year, so that includes salary and benefits. And those numbers were given to us by the Department of Ed at the direction of the committee at the August meeting. Subsection B is an appropriation for $300,000 for the upcoming biennium, July 1, 2026 through June 30th, 2028, for an appropriation for 900 series contractual services. That is also limited to half of the amount, $150,000 per fiscal year. The appropriation associated with the 900 series also has reporting requirements attached to us, directing the state superintendent to report to the Joint Education Committee annually, October 1, beginning 2026, and each October 1 thereafter. And then section 2 is the effective date, beginning with the upcoming fiscal biennium of July 1, 2026. Ready for questions, Mr.
Are there any questions? Senator Scott.
My question is, okay, we're authorizing this one position and setting the salary. Am I right in thinking that with just this, the department will have to go through the our human resources department over in A&I? And my question is there any constitutional reason we couldn't say that this person is selected by and serves at the pleasure of state superintendent? Because I think we'll get one that is much more likely to fill the needs that the State Department has if we do that.
Yep, Mr. Chairman, Senator Scott, I'll take the legal questions regarding this bill draft and respond to that. I don't see that there's any constitutional reason why you couldn't restrict it to an at-will employee. There are several positions in state government that are at-will employees. All LSO employees are at-will. Many of the EXO5 positions are at-will that serve the 5 elected. And with regard to the budget question, it is the intent, and this is on page 2 lines 9 through 13, it is the intent, the Department of Education include this appropriation and the full-time position authorized by this subject in subsection, in the standard budget request.
And Madam Chairman, I have no problems at all with that. It's just the addition that.
Further questions? Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. And this may be a question that WE might want to, jump in on. On page 2, this position is basically going to be created to help assist the school districts in implementing the literacy bill that we'll be talking about shortly. Will they be also supervising other people within the State Department? Or will this just be a standalone position that will just be, they'll be available to our school districts for support?
Mr. Chairman and Chairwoman Schuler, I can't answer what the responsibility of this individual will be. That will be dictated by the Department of Education. And the one note I would make from a technical perspective is page 2, line 2 refers to 21-3-401. In the event that you sponsor that, the alternative bill creating those new statutes, that of course will have to be a conforming amendment. Perhaps Mr. Shaner has additional information.
Director
Thank you,
Shaner.
Tanya. Madam Chair, Dickie Shaner, Department of Education. This position will not be supervising anyone. It will be strictly a literacy person to implement this law. So the way we have created now a literacy and early childhood team within the Department of Ed, and we just hired a supervisor over that team who has a very strong literacy background. And then that person will supervise our Head Start Collaboration Office, our early childhood person, all of our CLSD grant employees who are not permanent, and then hopefully this position.
Thank you.
Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, a question for Mr. Shaner. My thought was that the person hired would be more effective for you if it was somebody that was at will and the state superintendent had full authority over what they were supposed to do and they served at the pleasure of the state superintendent. Is that accurate, or are you confident with the way it's set up in the bill as it's written right now that you can make it work perfectly well?
Madam Chair, through you, Senator Scott, she has expressed some interest in having more flexibility outside of sort of those HRD standard protocols. But I think on this, the ultimate goal is to get this person in the agency working one way or another.
Okay, so
Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, well, I'm trying to figure out, should I offer an amendment in this area, or is it something that the department, add more controversy to the bill, make it a little more difficult to pass? Is it something the department for that reason would rather I didn't do?
Director Shaner.
Mr. Chair, through you, Senator Scott, I'll hazard a response, having not asked her this specific question, but I think probably her ultimate goal is getting the position in, and whatever makes that the most politically viable is probably what she would want.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you. All right. Director Shaner.
Mr. Chairman, just thank you for your consideration of this, and I don't have anything else, but happy to answer any questions if needed.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you. We will now move on to public comment.
No, baby.
Yeah, I think nobody wants this one. All right, seeing no public testimony. Are there any online?
No, Mr. Chairman, not for this one.
All right, thank you. Do we have?
I'll second it.
Yeah.
All right, moved by Senator Olson, seconded by Senator Rothfuss. Any discussion?
This might be the easiest bill we've seen all day, so I'm not shocked that no one wants to speak on this one, so. Yeah, we could mess it up.
We could go through our agenda today completely. There's that option.
All right, please call the roll.
Mr. Chairman, for 26 LSO 193 literacy position for K-3 reading program sponsorship for the 2026 session, Senator Brennan,
Aye.
Senator Olson, Senator Rothfuss, Senator Scott, Representative Bratton,
No.
Representative Erickson,
No.
Representative Lugomas,
Aye.
Representative Kelly,
No.
Representative Lawley,
Aye.
Representative Singh,
No.
Representative Strock,
No.
Representative Williams is excused. Chairwoman Schuler,
Yes, I mean,
Chairman Andrew,
Aye.
8 aye, 5 no, 1 excused.
All right, thank you. The bill has passed the committee. We'll move on to LSO 217.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, I'm here to present 26 LSO 217 Working Draft 0.6. K-12 Language and Literacy Program. At the outset, I would note that an alternative version or perhaps a substitute was posted, and the committee members have that as well. Senator Rothfuss requested that I walk this bill because this is the bill that the public has seen. And then I think his intention is to point out the differences in the working draft 0.7. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Okay. So this bill replaces what was 26 LSO 0092 that was heard at the August meeting. And it reflects several iterations provided by the working group that was spearheaded by Senator Rothfuss. As already mentioned that, beginning on page 2, section 1, line 6, this creates the Wyoming Language and Literacy Program. And rather than amending the existing reading program contained in 21-3-401, you'll note that is repealed later in the bill draft. There's a purpose stated on page 2, lines 18 through page 3, line 2. Several definitions, technical in nature, are utilized through the draft, and those are contained within 21-3403. That begins on page 3, line 4, and continues for a couple of pages on to page 7, line 11. And I won't go through those definitions. They're technical, and I'm sure the Department of Education or Senator Rothfuss is much more well-equipped to explain this. 21-3-404 on page 7, line 13. This contains the requirements for school districts in administering the new program. It requires every school district to adopt a district language and literacy program. And the short acronym for that is DLLP. And this includes that the district must use universal and dyslexia screeners and diagnostic assessments to assess students with reading difficulties. 15, and it requires that those results must be provided to parents within 15 days of the results of the assessment. Then the screener and diagnostic assessments must be approved by the state superintendent. There's a concurrent reference later in the bill. I think it's in 405 that requires the state superintendent to adopt those lists. Also, it identifies that a dyslexia screener must be given to all students in kindergarten in the spring, and then again, beginning in grades 1 and 2, but at the beginning of the school year rather than in the spring. On page 8, line 18, this requires that the universal screener is given to 3 times for all students in grades kindergarten through grade 3. And then C requires that a universal screener is provided once a year for all students not proficient on the English language arts portion of the statewide student assessment. I know there's a deviation 0.7 on that particular fact. And that is applicable to grades 4 through 12. And for any student that transfers into the state from, into a public school in Wyoming, or that is otherwise identified with reading difficulties or at risk for reading difficulties. D requires diagnostic assessments as appropriate for any student identified with a reading difficulty or at risk for reading difficulty. And then subsection 2 requires high quality instructional materials and practices be used, HQIM, that are aligned with the science of reading. That's a term defined by the state superintendent to deliver evidence-based literacy and language instructions. They must deploy a multi-tier system of support, MTSS, that ensures effective and comprehensive evidence-based language and literacy to improve literacy fluency of any student having a reading difficulty or at risk for reading difficulty. On the bottom of page 9 onto page 10, this further identifies what that MTSS must comprise of. And there are 3 tiers identified there, lines 1 through 14, sort of getting more aggressive as the tiers increase. On page 10, districts are required to implement an individual reading plan or an IRP, not to be confused with an IEP, which is implemented under federal law. And it does state there, I know there were some questions regarding this earlier in the day, but there is a specific provision in this bill and in 0.7 that provides that the IEP compliant with federal law does not, that student is not required to have an IRP. That IEP trumps the request for an IRP. And then there are specific elements that are required to be included in that IRP, specifying evidence-based language and literacy instructions, measurable language literacy and reading goals and progress monitoring, integrated into the student's educational record. It must be developed in collaboration and collaboration with the student's parent and implemented within 30 calendar days after identification. The school is required to continuously keep the parent in the loop on the progress. Currently, it's monthly in the bill draft, page 11, line 17. And then at the bottom, it prohibits the use of 3 queuing system as a basis for teaching word recognition. Page 12, subsection B, this provides that any district with 60% of students not demonstrating grade level proficiency, which is to be defined by the state superintendent, are required to provide literacy camps, extended support for all students, grade K through 3, with an individualized reading plan. The minimum requirement for that is 70 hours in addition to instruction provided during the school year. Subsection C, page 12, this requires educators providing language and literacy instruction have specific professional development for their role and requires that the content to be delivered as specified by the state superintendent. On to page 13, subsection D. These are reporting requirements. The percentage of students not achieving grade level proficiency, the average growth by grade for lowest performing 10% of students, a list of the evidence-based literacy instruction and the high quality instructional material, and the qualifications that are defined by the state superintendent for any person employed by the school district that delivers language and literacy instruction. On the bottom, page 13, the creation of 21.3.405. These are the additional duties referenced in the prior pages for the state superintendent. And it requires that by rule, she identify universal and dyslexia screeners, diagnostic assessments, evidence-based language literacy instruction, high-quality instructional material to be utilized by the school district. Now, there is a provision that allows school districts to request alternative items for any one of those things that I just listed. The state superintendent is required to create that process for school districts to utilize. Page 14, paragraph 2 establishes the professional development requirements associated for those teachers that deliver language and literacy instruction. And it also provides that those are minimum requirements and that they differ based on the grade level. Paragraph 3, page 14, this defines relevant terms. This requires the state superintendent define relevant terms utilized in the statute. Page 15, line 4, and the one thing I would mention, if I back up for just a moment, this doesn't prohibit the state superintendent from defining and utilizing other terms. It just requires that those terms specified in statute which are not defined, she must include those in her rules and regulations, but certainly she has discretion to define other terms that she uses. On page 15, paragraph 4, this requires that she monitor the compliance of school districts with these requirements and implement corrective action plans in the event that school districts do not comply. Section 2, this is a new, sort of a new facet and relates to educator licensure, page 15. Line 18, amending 21-2-802. This is the powers and duties of the Professional Teaching Standards Board. And you'll note on page 16, lines 8 through 19, those are new provisions. And the first subparagraph E requires that those teachers upon renewal of their license after July 1st of 2026 are required to demonstrate literacy competency appropriate for their instructional role and grade band as a condition. And then secondly, those teachers that are newly licensed after July 1st of 2026 are required to demonstrate those items prior to licensure. And it also allows for the Professional Teaching Standard Board to issue a temporary license while the teacher obtains those certifications. Lastly, on page 16, line 19, it requires the Professional Teaching Standards Board to create a teacher licensure with a reading specialist endorsement. Section 3, page 16 through the top of page 18, this establishes a literacy division it could be dovetailed into the prior bill draft if you so chose. And it really just outlines her basic, their basic responsibilities, and those align with the mandates in the bill. And then page 18, section 4, as I noted, this repeals the existing reading program applicable to K-3 students. And the effective date of this act is July 1st of 2026. So subject to your questions, Mr. Chairman, and I don't know, Senator Rothfuss, if you want to identify however you'd like to handle that.
Thank you. First, are there any questions on this draft? Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, my question is on page 5, line 11. Speaks of the science of reading. And I know there's a provision later on that has the state superintendent further define that science of reading. But as it's written, what does that mean? Is science of reading a defined term anywhere else in the statutes, or is it a term of art? I've heard a number of things described as scientific on teaching reading, and some of them are in conflict. So that term confuses me. Is there any further guidance in the statute elsewhere?
Ms. Heitrich?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Scott, it's a term of art that was provided by the working group, and perhaps Senator Rothfuss or the Department of Education in that working group can explain it. It's not a term I'm familiar with what it means.
Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And briefly to respond to that, actually, one of the things that changes in the next draft is taking that out, but it doesn't obviate that concern because science of reading will stay in, and there's a requirement that the superintendent of public instruction define science of reading. There actually is a national definition for that, but a lot of the definitions and a lot of the terms were intended to be defined by rule, recognizing that there will be changes in years ahead. So a lot of thought was given by the literacy cabinet on what should be in statute and what should be in rule based on what was likely to be changing. So that's the reason it's not explicit. It was a conscious decision for that term to be part of what gets defined through rule and regulation. And again, a lot of thought was given to which terms would and would not stay. And Mr. Chairman, we could look at some more questions to this draft, but as Ms. Heitrich noted, the 0.7 draft, the story there is that following release of the 0.6 draft, and we worked hard to bring together a coalition of the superintendent's literacy cabinet, stakeholders, parents groups, PTSB, University of Wyoming, a lot of wonderful stakeholders brought their interests together. Those were synthesized into the 0.6 draft, but then they had the opportunity after the release of the draft to review that. And so on Thursday and Friday of last week, they convened and they spent several hours in two different times, probably up to 4 hours of time, I think, depending on which group they were working with, to go through the bill in detail and suggest some revisions. Those revisions were provided to me over the weekend, and there was about 140 different suggestions on the bill because these are folks, these are folks that are really in the weeds in terms of, do I want the comma here or do I want it right over there? Those kinds of suggestions. There was a lot. So on Monday, we met. We brought together the stakeholders once again through a Zoom and walked through those suggestions to determine which ones were consensus. In other words, where did the literacy cabinet all agree to the changes versus other suggestions where there might not have been consensus, and there still is some debate. We'll probably hear some of those concerns raised today because there are a number of issues in this draft where there are differences of opinion among stakeholders that have justifiable and thoughtful reasons for those views. But we took those suggestions and I synthesized those on, I want to say Tuesday, and got them to Ms. Hytrek on too late Wednesday, I think was when it was. And then Ms. Hytrek, amazing as she is, put it into a 0.7 draft. So what we have with 0.7 at the high level is very much the same bill. It does everything that was discussed, but a lot of the wording has been changed and some of the policies have been changed at the nuance level where concerns were raised by the consensus group. So, Mr. Chairman, if it would be appropriate at this time, I could walk through kind of at a high level where those changes occurred to 0.6, and then we could potentially move to 0.7. I won't go into the weeds too much, but it would be better if we were referencing 0.7 and could transition to that, because I think that's the bill we should probably act on. It was important, though, obviously, to present 0.6. That's what the public has been seeing for the most, but a lot of our stakeholders that are here today are familiar with 0.7 since they worked on crafting it. So that would be my suggestion, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. Please proceed.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Scott, did you have something you want to raise first?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman,
Senator Scott.
I know I've prepared extensively based on 0.6. I've not had time to read more than half a dozen words out of 0.7. If you substitute 0.7, I really am going to have trouble voting for the bill. It's meaning something that we really haven't gone over with, but Mr. Chairman, I'm going to ask a bunch of questions on 0.6 before we're done.
All right, thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, you know, I don't want to derail, and that's the reason why we presented 0.6, obviously, instead of just skipping to 0.7, was recognizing the concern that Senator Scott is raising. And if there are specific policy type concerns, those are going to apply to both documents, I'll note. If it's wording concerns, there probably will be changes to a lot of the wording and a lot of the definitions between the two. So I think we can still end up addressing most of Senator Scott's concerns unless it is down at the word choice level. And then we might have to look at the draft and see if it's still relevant. But again, if it would be preferable to have Senator Scott raise his concerns with 0.6, I'm amenable to that, whatever facilitates the process better. But I do think that the 0.7 draft is a significantly improved draft based on the comments that were provided. And, you know, Representative Lawley was there as well. And I appreciate all of her efforts and work on this process as part of the subcommittee. We were trying to iterate as fast as we could. Honestly, we just, you know, obviously had too much work in the education space with recalibration school facilities and other work to get this done sooner. Would have been nice, didn't happen.
Thank you. I think it would probably be helpful to have the changes explained before we discuss both bills.
Thank you.
That's co-chair.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. And I apologize to the public. These guys, this committee that we put Senator Rothfuss in charge of, he's been put in charge of a couple committees. I think they did great work. A lot of stakeholders to try to come to consensus. It started to remind me after we started seeing all the changes and the updates and the new bill and the new draft. It reminded me a little bit of the legislature. We all have great ideas and we all think our ideas are the best. And trying to come to consensus is sometimes difficult. And sometimes we get bogged down in the legislature for the very same reasons. Unfortunately, I was on the road when I got the draft yesterday, but didn't get it till I actually got back here to Cheyenne last night, and we had already sent out the 0.6 for the public. And I looked at last night at them. I don't think there's an awful lot. I would kind of concur with Senator Rothfuss. It may be too much, as Senator Scott said, but I don't see an awful lot of change. There's some things that I have questions on both. I just wanted to apologize ahead of time. I think everybody tried to do their best to get it out and to get it in as good a shape as they could. And I appreciate Senator Roth was trying to, take that big tent of folks and get them into one little small tent so that we could get a bill out. And I also thank Tanya again. We talked about that this morning. She was here, had, I don't know how many hats on, but how she did this and sent stuff out last night. I think I got your last email at 8:30 or 8:40 and I'm going, that's why I said, do you have a life? Because I began to wonder if you did. But anyway, I appreciate all the efforts that everybody made, and let's just throw caution to the wind and see where we come up. And I agree.
Mr. Chairman, one final remark before we get off the hot seat. I would note that because of the timing, our bill processing did not have an opportunity to review this, nor did our legal division or our director. And so whichever version you pass, I would request the latitude to complete those processes. I don't anticipate there will be large changes. And in the event there are, I certainly would come back to the chairman and Senator Rothfuss to discuss.
Thank you. Senator Rothfuss.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm going to work from the 0.6 draft and describe where changes are made. And again, at a bit of a high level, because the policy is not going to change substantially. So if we go to page 4, line 17 in the definitions, the first change we made is dyslexia screening was more appropriately defined to be dyslexia screener. So there's some modification to the language there so that it reads as a screener instead of screening. That's consistent with the rest of the draft. Again, a technical correction, not really substantive. On page 4, line 22, there was a lot of interest in changing some of the details of this very, very important term, evidence-based language and literacy instruction. So you see a definition here. You will see a slightly modified definition in 0.7 that adds a little more detail to incorporate effective written expression, for example, which was not incorporated in the first definition appropriately. So it was an incomplete definition in the eyes of the stakeholder group. So that was updated with additional terms of art. Again, not substantively changed, but more technically accurate. On page 5, line 9, we see high quality instructional materials and practices and HQIMs to designate that. There was a desire by the stakeholders to not refer to HQIMs and HQIPs, which would need to be separated out in the document. And there was a belief that that would become confusing. And also there were some national term of art implications to that. So there was a desire throughout the document to just use the expression high quality instructional materials and practices. So that was changed throughout. And then there was a minor revision to the definition of high quality instructional materials and practices. But again, that was just technical. So you won't see HQIM or HQIP in the draft 0.7. You'll just see that expression where it's relevant. On the same page, the bottom of page 5, the definition or the term, literacy fluency was an inaccurate term from a technical standpoint. Literacy proficiency was deemed to be preferable and accurate, so that's going to be replaced throughout the document, and the definition was amended accordingly. So it's very similar to the literacy fluency definition that you see, but it was amended to be more accurate and to appropriately reflect literacy proficiency, again, with emphasis on technical accuracy. And that's replaced throughout the document. So there'll be a number of other places where you previously would have seen HQIM, and now it just says high quality instructional materials and practices. On page 6, line 7, the definition of multi-tiered system of supports, MTSS, was changed to, again, make it a little bit more technically accurate and as well as in some ways simplify it so that it was more consistent with the interests of the stakeholders, not substantive, but down at the technical level. On page 6. Oh, excuse me, I'll note it on page 6, line 17, but it actually gets inserted a little bit earlier. When we get to the definition of reading difficulties, there was a desire to amend that to include a concept called developmental language disorder. So developmental language disorder was called out explicitly in reading difficulties as a type of reading difficulty. So where you see including dyslexia, including but not limited to dyslexia, it would be including but not limited to dyslexia and developmental language disorder. As a result of calling that out, there was a need to define developmental language disorder. So that's added as an additional definition a little bit earlier. You'll see that in 0.7, but you do not see it in 0.6. Again, just a technical revision based on the stakeholders. On page 7, line 5, when we're looking at universal screener, there was a desire to simplify that a little bit, as well as to add in screening, reading, as well as getting to, I believe, Senator Scott's point, switching it to alignment with evidence-based language and literacy instruction. So just changing the emphasis there and not being as specific, but calling out that it needs to be aligned and brief with the other materials that we're presenting. Again, technical in nature. Page 8, line 4 actually gets to a little bit of a policy consideration. The language on line 4 says not more than 15 days after administration of a screener, ... each parent shall be told. Well, it's screener or diagnostic assessments. It's the administration side. Diagnostic assessment administration results can take a lot longer than 15 days in some instances to receive. So there was a general interest of striking that not more than 15 days and just saying after administration of a screener, the parents shall be told. So that provides the flexibility that's necessary. And that's language is just struck. On page 8, line 13, again, getting kind of into the technical side of things. Point 6 draft has a kindergarten dyslexia screener in the spring. The stakeholder group decided that sometime in the fall would be more effective, which is consistent with first and second grade, so that you had more time to utilize the results of the screening during the school year. So K1 and 2 would become fall instead of at the beginning of the year. Again, a little tweak, but important in terms of providing timely access to the information needed to address the interests of that kindergartner. On page 8, line 22, when we start talking about the universal screener, this is when it's delivered and who it's delivered for once per year at the higher grades. So now we're talking about grades 4 through 12. The statutory language, there was some concern about a little bit of confusion on how it would be implemented. There were some differences in interpretation. So we just tried to streamline that a little bit in the next draft, making sure that a universal screener once each year would be given in 4 through 12. And the specific reference to the ELA portion of the statewide student assessment is taken out because there is no statewide student assessment in 11th and 12th grades. So there was a specific emphasis then put on what would be called district procedures and some flexibility to the department to determine what that might look like. In the absence of actually having an available tool, more flexibility was added to ensure that something could be done in 4 through 12 and that red flags would be a key for the districts as well as just identification. Once you're identified as proficient, you would not need to take that universal screener unless a red flag rose. So I hope that's clear. There's a little bit of difference in that policy this time, not just the language itself, but the policy changes a little on this paragraph between point 6 and point 7. On page 9, line 17, with the MTSS, that is just shortened to conform with prior changes and a recognition that the fluency portion doesn't need to be explicitly called out. It becomes implied below. And also a recognition that MTSS needs to apply to all levels of students, whether you've been identified or not identified. And that was a specific interest of stakeholders. MTSS applies to all students, not just those identified as having reading difficulties or at risk. So there was a tweak to that paragraph to ensure that that was comporting with the way it's actually carried out. On page 11, line 17, this refers to a monthly progress report for students. There was a general desire that that should be going to a quarterly progress report for students. So that small change is made from a policy standpoint that progress reports would be quarterly, which is more consistent with other efforts. On page 12, line 1, there's a little bit of change to how this language is carried out, but the key interest that's changed is the second half of the paragraph, which gets to the instruction. There's a qualification that the instruction that's required of 70 hours has to be aligned with this high quality instruction and the student's reading plan. So it's the idea that you don't just have 70 hours of additional instruction. It has to be 70 hours of relevant additional instruction. And so that clarification is the key change to that paragraph. On page 12, line 14, this is the professional development paragraph, and the original language was what you see here, that each school district shall ensure any person employed by the school district that delivers language and literacy instruction to students receives job embedded, etc. The discussion was around the idea that administrators and many other members of school district personnel need relevant training, but aren't necessarily delivering language and literacy. So that language was broadened simply by striking those terms and recognizing that you have the language about related professional development appropriate to their role and level of responsibility. And we're going to do this again also. So it basically says that anybody that is relevant to the literacy training needs to have appropriate training, and that will be defined by the school district. And then it'll be generally more defined, we'll see in a moment, through the superintendent's responsibility. So it's just a tweak to that language to capture the appropriate personnel. On page 14, I'm sorry, page 14, line 12, there we go. On page 14, line 12, which again gets back to professional development, this is for any person employed by the school district. Once again, changing that language a little bit so that it comports with what I said a minute ago, which is talking about appropriate school district personnel. So it's the same discussion that I just gave, but slightly different language and updating based on that policy. On page 14, line 19, we're adding progress monitoring to the list of terms that the superintendent needs to define. This is the list where we're saying the superintendent shall define grade level reading proficiency qualifications, significant and persistent reading difficulties, etc. Adding progress monitoring to that because we use the term progress monitoring, but it's a little bit unclear, and thought that should probably be defined through rule and regulation. On page 16, line 8, and I'm almost done. Page 16, line 8, there are two changes to this paragraph. One is a policy change, and that was a request by PTSB to change from July 1st, 2026 to July 1st, 2027, because that's more workable and logical in terms of when we could actually carry it out. So that's one change that you'll see is simply a date change in two places. And the other change is just mirroring parallel language within the paragraph. So it's for clarification purposes. It doesn't change the intent at all. Page 16, line 19. There was some concern that the words "a reading specialist endorsement" was not quite sufficient to capture what was intended. So the change is to add a little bit more language, "a reading specialist endorsement aligned with evidence-based language and literacy instruction as required under the relevant statute." So ensuring that it's appropriately aligned. And then 2 more conforming amendments just about high-quality instructional materials and practices. And that's it. Those are the changes. So you can see there were a lot of changes in terms of changing the verbiage, Mr. Chairman, in various places, but the policy didn't really change substantially with just a couple of tweaks. And I hope Senator Scott's notes and concerns are still easy to track and relevant. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No questions. Madam Co-Chairwoman.
Just one quick one, because this is basically mentioned on both 06 and 07. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm kind of concerned that it's fairly subjective. But in many instances on both bills, we talk about literacy for students with reading difficulties or at risk for poor reading outcomes. And I guess I'm just wondering, how would that be measured? How would we measure those that are at risk for reading outcomes? Is it, I mean, you know, it just seems to me that we could stop after literacy for students with reading difficulties, period. So if I could get some clarification on that from you or the committee or whatever.
Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and we'll probably have more people that can attest to this, but 2 thoughts on that. First, this is a required definition for the superintendent to provide through rule and regulation the details of what that means for that exact reason, because just as written, that's a little bit vague. But there are 2 different concepts. One is, do you have an identified reading deficiency? You've probably got something that checks that box. But that isn't sufficient for an MTSS. MTSS, multi-tiered system of supports, wants you to also be appropriately managing all students, even if they're just demonstrating some type of risk. So you don't want just one of those concepts to be in place where you've been identified. You want to make sure that either you have been identified or even through tier 1 interventions, which just means classroom interventions, right? You've done this before. You go by somebody's desk and you're seeing that there's a little bit of a problem and you try and address the problem. That's a part of this. You haven't been identified yet, but it's that type of concept. So providing that the flexibility of both sides of that is consistent with MTSS and giving the flexibility to the superintendent to further refine what might trigger those things, and working again with the literacy cabinet on those details was the appropriate solution.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? All right. Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman. Question, but a bit of an explanation for everybody, so I don't have to ask questions to everybody. My concern, I'm very intrigued with the approach here. Repealing the existing one and starting over again. What we've got in the statutes now has gradually become encrusted with additions that really probably weren't appropriate over the years. I've gone so far as to think about bringing back the old bill as it was passed in 2001, but there's a few deficiencies in that. So I'm intrigued by this. I'm thinking we need to go forward with something in this area, but I'm also having trouble. Looks to me like there's a bunch of things here that really aren't ready for prime time. And some of it is in definitions that should be in the statute. So that go forward from one superintendent to the next, because we don't revise the set of statutes that often. So what I'm hoping to hear about from audience is can we make this approach work? Is it something we ought to go forward with now? Or is it something that really needs another year before it's ready for prime time?
Senator Rothfuss.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I think we'll probably hear from a lot of the stakeholders, but I honestly think this bill is exceptional at this point in time. I would have passed the 0.6 draft without hesitation. The 0.7 is improved upon that. This was a group of highly educated, highly focused individuals that all came together to present their interests, and those interests are reflected in this document. What's not in the document is, for the most part, and we'll find out if there's any exceptions, intentionally not in the document. And what's in the document is intentionally in the document, and that's based on a thoughtful analysis of what is likely to change as a national best practice. That probably shouldn't be in the document. That should be something to focus on in rule and regulation, versus what has seemed to be relatively stable over time, which is then better for the draft. And that's not to say some of these things won't change, but that was the thought process that went through it. So this is not assembled by accident, and I think it would probably serve as a model for other states to look at. It'd probably be the best in the country once passed.
Thank you. Further questions? All right, we will now take public testimony. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Andrew, Co-Chairwoman Schuler, and members of the committee. My name is Nish Goikolea. I'm the Chief Policy Officer for the department. And on behalf of the department and Superintendent Degenfelder, we would like to sincerely thank Senator Rothfuss for all the work that went into convening the stakeholder groups and into this bill, Representative Lawley as well for the input, and for the hours and hours of time that our stakeholders and you all have provided for this. A couple things to note on this bill. Literacy is the Superintendent Degenfelder's #1 priority, and this bill reflects what we have seen in other states that have successfully implemented literacy policy and have implementation in place. Next to me, I have my esteemed colleague, Dr. Ladd, who's a nationally recognized literacy expert and had served on the stakeholder committee, and she has experience in other states in the implementation process. And she's been leading the charge here with many of our stakeholder groups. I'll go ahead and turn it over.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Andrew and Co-Chairwoman Schuler. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I would like to start and speak on behalf of the department to the incredible stakeholders that we had. We have gathered stakeholders from all across the districts around the state. We've got University of Wyoming, we've got Wyoming Right to Read. We have everybody that you saw at the Superintendent's Literacy Initiative has worked hard to come to consensus on this bill. I'd like to also note we are coming in with some different ideas, and this group was so professional and collegial that we enjoyed the good conversations. And what we brought forward in this draft is a reflection of all of the mindsets together. As Senator Rothfuss had noted, that we are excited to get together again on rules and continue to work on behalf of our students in Wyoming. And with that, we'd like to turn our time to all of the stakeholders that have showed up today via Zoom, also driving in. And as you can see, we have a small child waiting there for. So thank you again, Senator Rothfuss. Thank you again, and Representative Lawley for the incredible work done inside the working group.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the Joint Education Committee. My name is Shandell Pine, and I am a 5th-generation proud Wyomingite. And many of you know the heartbreaking story that brought me here before you. The loss of my son, Paul. Paul's birthday is February 17th. I don't think it's a coincidence that the bill number is 0217. The first time I testified in front of this committee was November of 2023. I was vulnerable and broken, but I spoke because I believed his story could save another child's life. That day, I learned something I wish I had known sooner. We were not alone. Only half of Wyoming's children can read proficiently by 3rd grade. For years, I begged for help. I told teachers and counselors, he's struggling to read, he's struggling to write, and he's struggling to spell. I trusted the system, but help never came. After that first testimony, I made a promise to Paul and to every child like him that his story would not end in silence. That promise became Paul's Mountain Advocacy for Literacy, serving families across Wyoming and giving children access to structured literacy, the approach proven to teach every child to read. In just 2 years, we've helped 48 families. Structured literacy was helping my son too, but it came too late. No parent should ever have to bury their child knowing their death could have been prevented. Today, you'll hear from families we've helped, from families who have had the financial means to ensure their children were taught how to read. Their stories prove what works, and they prove something harder to hear, that in Wyoming, reading is a privilege and not a right. If one grieving mother can bring hope to 48 families, imagine what you, the leaders of this state, can do for thousands. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chairwoman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before you go, I just wanted to mention, Ms. Pine, that we really appreciated the video. Thanks for sending that out to the entire committee. And I knew we had a lot of people lined up to testify, so I hope everyone on the committee had a chance to look at that. But I thank you for taking the time to do that. It was very powerful. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Schuler, Chairman Andrew, and members of the committee. I am Kim Coulter, and I support this bill because I have a daughter with a reading disability, and we paid for tutoring to supplement her education since she was in the 2nd grade. Her dad and I noticed her difficulties since an early age, and we were told she would grow out of it. My daughter's 1st grade teacher informed us that she should have not passed kindergarten, that she had lacked basic reading skills, but they continued to push her forward. By 2nd grade, we had to start paying for tutoring to help catch her up, as she was not close to her peers. In 3rd grade, my daughter's teacher, who is an experienced teacher, had informed me that she did not have a growth curve in her reading fluency. Around this time, I ran into an old friend, Shandell Pine, who asked about how my kids were doing, and I informed her of my daughter's struggle. Shandell told me to get an evaluation completed by Megan Hesser. Megan completed an assessment and recommended a formal evaluation by the school due to gaps in her reading skills. After having to advocate for the school evaluation and it was completed, they found out she had a reading disability and fluency. We still continue to pay for private tutoring to help her stay with the level with her peers along with her IEP in process. In that time, I've had people, including educators, tell me that grades don't matter. Kids will catch up, and it really only matters in secondary schooling. I look at early education as the foundations for our kids to grow. Just like a house, a foundation establishes a space to grow and build up. If educators don't recognize a cracked foundation or build on a cracked foundation like a reading disability, that foundation can crack or widen, or that foundation could potentially not support any future growth. Having additional support in place when we recognize a cracked foundation can help support future growth in each child's education, allowing our children to be successful learners. This bill is that support. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Senator Scott.
Yeah, question is on the issue, you said that somebody told you your child should not have been advanced from one grade to the next because she had not gotten the basic. Is that, am I understanding you correctly?
Chairman Andrew, Chairman Senator, and Senator Scott, yes, that is correct. Her 1st grade teacher, this was in 2021, because in kindergarten, we were not allowed to do the teacher conferences. So I had no idea how her education was going because we did not have that face-to-face contact. So starting in 1st grade, which was 2021, I had my first conference and I was very excited because my kid's a very good kid. She is such a people pleaser and I was looking so forward to that. And the first sentence out of her teacher's mouth was, she should have not passed kindergarten. She lacked basic skills. And it was like a punch to the gut. It hurt so bad as a parent to realize that no one recognized that and they just continued pushing her forward. They also put her on the MTSS, where they give her additional support, but they continue just to push her forward. And it wasn't until an experienced teacher in third grade said, there is no growth in her reading fluency. There is gaps. And they just were like, we're just going to keep monitoring it. It wasn't until I was told to advocate for a, actual evaluation for the school. And even at that time, when I asked the school, they initially denied me. And so I had to go back to her teacher and discuss this. And she said, by legal rights, they do not have the right to deny when I requested a formal evaluation. So I had to advocate for her. And then they found out that she did have a reading disability, but she knew exactly how to manipulate the system. And I apologize, I use my hands. She knew exactly how to try to fit in, but I knew that there was gaps because she was really good at camouflaging herself.
Mr. Chairman, let me say that testimony rings very true to me. Because in the last campaign, going door to door, I talked to a mother whose child had missed most of a grade fighting a cancer. Fortunately, they beat the cancer. And they said, well, we've got to hold the kid back, son back, because he obviously didn't learn anything in this last grade. And the school district absolutely would not do it. And I think that's one of the real problems we're having, Mr. Chairman, is some of the districts are absolutely pushing everybody forward, whether they're ready for it or not. And I'm not sure I see anything in this bill that deals with that issue.
Going into that, I do think that if we would have identified, if her teacher would have been more verbalizing her concerns, and if we had completed an evaluation, we could have set support in place with an IEP plan in place, notifying that she did have a disability in her reading. Because as soon as she got support, she is now scoring well, and she's doing in 5th grade. They do a system of 1 to 4 in the school district on grades. She, for the first time, has gotten a 3, and she has never gotten that. But we also pay for additional tutoring along with her IEP and that school support, because my husband and I are both college educated, and we know the value and importance of education, especially reading. I was told as a young girl, if you can read, you can do anything. So if my kid couldn't read, we were going to have issues.
Representative Bratton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You said that you had her they had her tested, but then they denied the additional support. Tell me more about that, please.
No, I apologize. Initially, when I requested the evaluation after she had an assessment completed by Megan Hesser, who said you should ask for a formal evaluation. When I initially asked for that formal evaluation, the school told me she was scoring at the 21st percentile and that they did not test anyone below 20th percentile. So I talked with her teacher and I talked with one of the superintendents of Laramie County District 1, and they said legally, if you request one, they cannot deny you. So I went back and asked again for that formal evaluation to be completed, in which the principal said, yes, as a formal request, we have to legally give you that right. And then they said, well, we don't think that there is a reading issue. And then she came back that, yes, she did have a disability in reading fluency.
Thank you.
But they did implement an IEP in place, and they do follow it. And she has grown with that IEP in place as well as with tutoring.
Okay, good.
Thanks.
Madam Co-Chairwoman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple questions, Ms. Coulter. Thanks again for testifying. Sounds like she kind of got caught too in the COVID, situation where I think a lot of kids really fell behind because they were, too many things to even talk about there. But do you feel like the bills that we have, whether we go with 0.6 or 0.7, that would take care of those issues that maybe your daughter had to deal with and didn't get the help? I guess you've seen them, or at least one of them you've probably seen. Do you feel like we're headed in the right direction with this bill?
I do think so. I think if we can help educators identify where those kids are missing in gaps and then actually implement support systems in place, they'll benefit from, having that. I feel like we can then build them as actual readers and growers. I get tired of hearing educators tell me right now it doesn't matter. They're just young. And it's but it does, because this is the exact foundation we build upon. Because by secondary, it's way too late to then be oh, they're missing all this basic information. It's you can't go back. And by then, like my daughter started having behavioral issues where we would spend hours just crying. And even my husband and I are very supportive of her. We really believe in education. And she would just break down for no reason. And we started going into counseling because her anxiety was so severe that she was so afraid of going to school. And as a third grader, that's totally inappropriate. Then what happens when she's in junior high and high school, that when you have hormones involved, it makes it much worse. So we wanted to make sure that, we wanted to catch everything early on so we can make sure she was just like her peers at that level, because playing catch up is very difficult. It's taken 2 years of me advocating for her and making sure she has those supports in place.
Thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thanks. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Schuler, Chairman Andrew, and members of the committee. Thank you for your time this afternoon. I support this bill because the school district is a joke and failing our kids, especially my dyslexic sixth grader. We have been in an ongoing battle with the school district with this kid's education and lack thereof since kindergarten. Every year, it is getting progressively worse and more expensive. We have already spent $20,000 on external tutoring help and are now being faced with more expenses through an advocate because there is no way we will be able to get through our upcoming IEP meeting on December 16th without heavy artillery. Literacy and education is not a priority to these people, and they keep proving it. Did you know that the LCSD1 superintendent recently had the decency to have his walk-up song be The Wall by Pink Floyd at a recent chamber lunch? To hear the words, "We don't need no education," was absolutely disgusting to hear this as a parent that's been dealing with lack of support from LCSD1 for 7 years. My latest battle is trying to obtain simple accommodations like audiobooks and open dyslexic font, which, by the way, is a blatant violation of federal law according to the IDEA Act for them to keep denying him accommodations, including intervention support. He does have a professional dyslexia diagnosis, which he is repeatedly not being honored by the district. The director of special services at LCSD1 agrees with me in a meeting with her last year that her current IEP does not match his needs. Do you know that we can't even get spelling basic words like chicken? When I asked about this in a recent conference, one of the teachers had the decency to tell me that spelling is not even taught in the schools because it is not required curriculum. How does this absolutely not break anybody's heart besides mine and the people that have been in this child's corner for years? And how is this okay? No is their favorite word, and I'm tired of hearing it. So I support this bill and all of the people putting it together because I am tired of fighting so hard for basic education, not just for my child, but for those that are also in this situation. We all have a due diligence and responsibility trying to protect these kids and their futures, and we all know that there are detrimental consequences like suicide, drugs, and jail for the kids that don't get the necessary reading help that they need. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Please proceed.
Chairwoman Schuler, Chairman Andrew, and members of the committee. I drove 140 miles round trip from Wheatland for about 120 seconds. Thank you for listening to all of us who have come forward to testify. I pray you do not just hear our words, but rather you listen, think, respond with the compassion and reasoning and fairness, especially the fairness to those afflicted with the reading disorder, dyslexia. I'd like to interject. Watching what took place before we were allowed to speak, all the involvement, my God, the acronyms buried me. But I finally understood for a fleeting moment what my granddaughter was going through trying to read, because I didn't understand probably 3% of that, except when you said A and A, It's, I just want to inject that, and I respect you. I had no idea how involved this decision-making is. Honest to God, this is, I feel like someone smacked me over the head with a fluorescent light bulb. We, all of us here, and you, call on you to vote yes on this measure. Now 7, I guess. I had to correct that. And introduce literacy screening K through 12. The first bill like it in the United States. I was flabbergasted by that. In little old Wyoming. I come from Brooklyn, so. Thousands of children in Wyoming will be saved. And just think, if you multiply that times 50 states, if everybody sees what it does and copy it, you will be responsible for those lives that will be saved, multiplied by 50 states, well, 49 including you. I'd like to read you a little bit of drama, if you can handle it. After what you guys do, this is chump change. I'm stupid. My class knows I'm stupid. Everybody in the whole school knows I'm stupid. As a grandparent, help raising this child, I respond to this little 11-year-old with tears running down her cheeks in a full-blown anxiety attack, which I have gotten used to with the 3 years of my involvement in his schooling. Full-blown. Terrified that she was going to have to try and read aloud. And the jeering and the pointing and the separation from her friends just because she couldn't read. I told her I was trying to get the school to work with me, and you've heard several discussions on how that went. There's no sense reiterating it. I think I said that right. The school won't work with me. You're not stupid, and I love you. But I know my words, though spoken in truth, fell upon deaf ears, inexperienced ears, just young. When Cheyenne got into the Wilson program, which the advocates of, I'm sure you heard their name 1,000 times by now, Paul's Mountain Advocate, they came in with guns blazing. And they got the school to understand that this is a disorder, just like so many other disorders that children suffer through. And that she had a right to learn to read. God bless them. They were like torpedoes. That's all I can say. No matter what was said, the answers were prepared and ready to identify the situation. They set up the program, which he is still now involved with. It was a summer program, which involved the reading, the penmanship, as I called it, and arithmetic. Algebra was a blank wall to that child. When you mix numbers on top of letters that they cannot assimilate, they're dead in the water. They can't do it. I was a mathematical major. My grandson, her brother, is a nuclear engineer. And we couldn't get through that wall. Excuse me, I'm getting lost in my own writing, which is easy. They set up the program. I watched her blossom in that 4 weeks. From failing to now in the 7th grade, A's and B's. I don't know what more proof I can present. I can't do all that language you guys threw up there that looked like Greek to me. But I can tell you the gospel. It made a big difference. She's also loving school once more, as she did in the 1st and 2nd grade. Just think of the darkness they live in, with a raging river of confusion, dyslexia in their brain, and it's there forever. That doesn't go away. Never understanding. They're too young. Never know why they're failing. No vaccine, no pill, no diet can stop this raging river. It would be like living in a house with no windows, which terrifies me. I'm claustrophobic. And that must be how they feel. You must not fail these children. Vote yes on this bill, K through 12, 07. In conclusion, and I believe in my heart after seeing what you guys go through, my admiration has gone through the roof. I will read more than the headlines when I'm voting next time. I promise to God. I promise to God I'm going to remember everybody's name here. So, excuse me. I tend to go off a rabbit trail. It takes a village to raise a child. They believe that came from Africa, believe it or not. Not Hillary Clinton, who's credited with it. If we want our children to be successful, well-adjusted, and productive adults with excellent coping skills and relationships, then we must help build a bridge over that raging river of dyslexia in their mind. It's so imperative. By taking advantage of this literacy bill, where the reading programs can be used K through 12 for children afflicted with the disorder, that there is no cure, for just a different way of teaching. Then that blanket of no child shall be left behind will encompass all the children, not just those who don't have dyslexia or reading disorders or literacy disorders or speaking disorders, because they can't read, they can't build a vocabulary that enhances their speaking. I wish I had done a lot more of that as a kid. Maybe I'd be sitting up there. Vote yes. Be fair. We have Braille for the blind, sign for the deaf, accessibility for those in wheelchairs. Vote yes. This will be the bridge that goes over that river of confusion. You guys can build it. You have the tools. You got people who are experienced. I lived through that anxiety child. I thought she was going to end up like Paul. She was fighting every day, getting up, knowing she's going to fail every class, knowing she was going to be poked of. And yet she had the audacity and the strength to keep doing it year after year. And now I don't see that anxiety anymore. I don't see that pressure. I see her wanting to learn to read to me instead of me reading to her. The bridge is being made, it's not complete. She's still very immature because of the lack of communication skills brought on by the lack of reading skills. It's all linked. There's no subject you can tell me that is not linked in reading proficiency. I beg you, yes, I beg you over and over. I've taken up too much time and I apologize. Please do not fail these children. Because as the village, it is not the children who fail, it is the villagers who fail the children. Thank you so much, all of you senators and representatives. I can't remember to go down the list of names.
Thank
And I
you.
thank you all
Thank you for your
for
testimony.
caring enough to even put this together. I had no idea it was this far. I thought I was coming in with an axe and a pick trying to get things done. God bless each and every one of you. I mean that from my heart.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair.
Yeah, we didn't catch your name, and just for the record, I'd like to thank you, but I don't know your name.
I'm John Ridley.
John, and
According
from
to-
Wheatland?
Yeah, Ridley, R-I-D-L-E-Y.
Okay.
But according to the advocates, I'm Grandpa John. Diana, I'm Papa. And most of the people in town, I can't tell you what they call me.
Well, thank you so much. I just wanted to know your name so we could thank you, and appreciate you taking the time to come that far and tell us what great story. And you could be a writer, I think, sir. So anyway, thank you so much.
Representative Lawley.
I wrote it in my iPad.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. John, I too want to thank you for being here. About 40 years ago, I know everything you've just described that you're experiencing with your granddaughter. I had a daughter with dyslexia. I had to get her privately tested, professionally tested, and get professional help. Because 40 years ago, understandably, the system was not really ready to handle really the complexities of dyslexia. They just really were still trying to figure out what types of intervention work. But I understand what you're going through. And we have made progress in the last 40 years, but we have more to go. So I appreciate you being here. I want to also just commend you for your involvement and advocacy for your granddaughter. That's really important. and I
That's just the
appreciate it.
beginning, my dear.
Thank you.
Once I heard about the thousands of children that are inflicted with this, it was like a tidal wave of thought that many children can be loaded with that much anxiety at that age. It ripped me, and now I'm going to be involved. They got me hook, line, and sinker.
Representative Braden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My dad has dyslexia or had dyslexia, so definitely know what that looks like. My question is, so you are from Wheatland and your granddaughter, what school district is your granddaughter in?
I don't know. I don't know anything about districts
Okay.
and the acronyms. But I will tell you she's at Wheatland Middle School.
Okay.
The advocates might know what that is, but.
That's all right. I could find out. And through the chairman to you. Was she tested for dyslexia
Yes.
early on? How old?
No, not early on.
So they did
It
not.
wasn't until last year. And because I kept running into this brick wall, and I do not mean that offensively to all the people that are in those board meetings. They tried using the system that's in place now,
Mhm.
but it was not working. And then a person who was my counselor, I'm an alcoholic, and he's a VA counselor. He's the one that told me about Shandell. I called Shandell, I explained what was going on. She said, we need to test her. Has she ever been tested? I said, no. They just keep pushing her forward, even though she's failing.
Right.
And if you keep doing that, when they hit the 12th grade, you're going to push them right off a cliff called society. But anyway, that's when Shandell got involved, tested her. And then the advocacy group came in, like I said, And it was beautiful to see. I felt so small as I do in this room.
Thank you.
One-
Follow up, Representative
One quick
Brown?
follow-up, if I could ask. So are you aware the board of your school district are you saying they have no testing policy, or at least you don't know if they have a testing policy? And I will be
They
asking a
did-
lot of people.
They
this.
said there was a teacher who could teach the Wilson program that they had just hired into their program. But before this, no.
All right,
I
thank
don't
you.
believe there was. I kept begging them, if it's available, give it to me. I'll be here no matter what hours it takes. I'll be here. I'll get her.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
ma'am. Representative Bratton.
Thank
All right, thank you for your testimony. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman and committee members. I am Kiana Zimmerman from Cheyenne. I have two dyslexic children. One was diagnosed in 3rd grade and the other one in 7th. It has been a very taxing or tolling experience for me, both, emotionally and money-wise. I am probably in about 20,000 at the moment, and that includes the external testing. I had to hire an advocate from Colorado because the school district was not able to write goals in the IEP, and then the tutor themselves. The school so when my son was in kindergarten, they pulled him out and put him in reading intervention for a couple of weeks. And then they put him back in class, said he was good to go. I didn't see a difference. 1st grade came along, his teacher went out on maternity leave, and we had a fresh out of college teacher. They didn't see anything wrong with him. 3rd grade comes along, or I guess 2nd grade comes along, and I tell the teacher, he's not reading. Oh, well, we'll put him in reading intervention. We'll be good to go. Then, of course, the pandemic strikes, and we all know what happens there. So I'm getting papers from the reading intervention saying, here, do this with your child. I didn't know what they were. I didn't know why I was reading nonsense words. What was that? What was I supposed to do this? So after the pandemic is ending with the school year, the school district offers me summer school. They couldn't teach him to read in 3 years, so what are they going to do in 24 days? I turned summer school down, and I looked for a tutor. The tutor worked with my son twice a week for the whole summer, and towards the end said, I think your kid's dyslexic. So then we go to the doctor. We had to get, a referral. I get him tested in Colorado because there is no testing in Cheyenne at that point. So we drive down, he misses school. Eventually they come back saying, yeah, he's dyslexic. He'll learn to read, but it's going to take a lot of work. So I thought, cool, I'll take my diagnosis. I'll go see the school. Good to go. School didn't do much. They said, I'm sorry, he's past 2nd grade. We have to put him on an IEP and he has to sit in special education. So now my son suffers the embarrassment as he feels that he's dumb and he's going to special education. So the teacher felt that sitting him in front of a computer and having the computer read to him as the words went across the screen was going to teach him to read. So that was a waste of a year. They send at the end of the year a chart that says, hey, your son's really excited about how well he can read. There's nothing on the graph. As far as I know, it's his favorite lunch menu. I don't know what it is. So that summer, I decided I needed to take a little more aggressive stance, and I started doing research. And I hired an advocate out of Colorado. The advocate had to write for the school the IEP goals because the special ed teacher didn't have the training to do it. The special ed teacher lacked the certificate to teach Wilson. So therefore, I was given other options, which were not teaching my child to read. By that time, I had finally found, because there weren't any tutors for me in Cheyenne that were available, because it's very specific. You can't just hire somebody to be a tutor. My other choice was to drive to Fort Collins twice a week. So there's 6 hours for somebody who's working a full-time job and trying to put my kids back together because their dad lost his life due to brain cancer in the middle of the pandemic. I wasn't having enough fun yet. So I finally found this mythical unicorn that could teach Wilson in Cheyenne. I canceled family vacations. I worked in the parking lot so that my kid could have a tutoring session. because it was, I wasn't going to let go of this magical moment. So my kid continued to have tutoring year round, twice a week from this tutor while the school supplied special education. 5th and 6th grade went. Then 6th grade was his reevaluation. He qualified by law for special education, but they had already gotten together and decided that he would be removed. So I had already lost my tutor because she decided to quit tutoring. So I'm devastated watching my child's life go away. I have no tutor. I have no special education. I have a 6th grader who can't read according to his peers, right? He's behind. I've read the statistics. He found him in 3rd grade. He will never catch up with his peers. So I'm lost. Then I got off lucky. This person needed a certificate and Bryce was at the current level. So she picked him up and continued to tutor with him. My son was removed from an IEP and put on a 504. The good thing about the pandemic was all the children in Cheyenne were given iPads. Both of my children have text-to-speech, speech-to-text, and other apps on their iPad. So basically, we're using electronic tools because they can't read. So this is why I think this bill, if it had been in place prior, my kids wouldn't be in the spot they're in.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Bratton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in what school district, where did your son go? What school district is that?
Laramie, Central Triad.
And if I might, so you went to the teacher and like there was all that going on. And then when all those things happened, did you go to the principal and do you know, you said there's no testing, just make sure I understand. There was no testing. They said the principal, because when you said are you saying the principal or the school board said there was no testing after 2nd grade?
So my daughter in particular, have both figured out how to fake their way through the system. So they had average grades. They didn't qualify to be looked at. My daughter took a reading test where she didn't know where 60% of the words were, but she could infer the content and managed to pass with one of the highest scores, but couldn't read the words on the page. The teacher, when I brought my child in 3rd grade, said, in my 20 years of teaching, this is the only dyslexic I've ever had. So what about the other 3 to 5 kids that are in that class with him? The principal at one time recommended that I buy a product and teach my child at home. I don't hear the sounds. So therefore, how can I teach him the difference between the sounds when I don't hear them myself? Not to mention, I learned in the pandemic that there's no way I'm ever teaching my kids.
Mr. Chairman, just one more follow-up, if I
Representative Bratton.
may. Do you know if Laramie Central Triad, if your school board has a policy on testing for dyslexia?
They might, but neither of my children, like they said, both of my children had good enough grades, they wouldn't even look at them as a concern.
All right, thank you.
Representative Lawley. Oh, I thought you raised your hand. Sorry. Further questions? Thank you for your testimony. Good afternoon.
Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Grayson Hesser, and we recently just went on a vacation. We went to this museum where it should just be art, and I went into this room and there was a whole bunch of text I couldn't read. I was just seeing all these people go past this room so fast. I don't know, just don't feel like I belong in this place because I couldn't read, because no one wanted to help me read. People help me now, but not many people helped me when I was struggling to read. So that's why I think you guys should pass this bill.
Madam Co-Chairwoman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Grayson, for coming. I mean, it's very brave of you. Thank you for taking the time to tell us. What grade are you in right now, by chance?
I'm in 7th.
7th grade. And when you started noticing problems, were you like first, second, third grade? Do you recall?
First.
Okay. And do you recall if you were tested at all for dyslexia or any other reading difficulties?
I think I was tested.
I take it mom or dad must be here, so you're getting that. Okay. So you feel like you got the help you needed finally, but it took a while. Is that kind of what I'm getting from you?
Yeah.
Do you feel like you can be successful now, with where you are, reading wise?
Maybe not. I don't know.
Well, hopefully with this bill, we'll continue to be able to, if we can get this through, be able to keep testing kids and making sure that they are proficient and that they are going to be successful. But it's very brave of you to come in and testify. Appreciate it. You're very brave. Thank you so much.
Senator Brennan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Grayson, I just want to say that I'm sure your reading is going to get a lot better, but no matter where you end up in reading, you're a success. There's a lot of adults who won't come sit before us and testify. So no matter what you're doing, you got some strengths that are going to carry you far. You're a success.
Thank you.
Further questions? Thank you for your testimony. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Andrew Bradfield, and I just want to take a moment of your time to speak about my family's experience with dyslexia. My son started off in public school in the 1st grade with his reading scores where they were extremely low. At the time, the principal just wanted to kind of push for summer school, and the teacher just told us to, he was a slow reader and he needed more time, more confidence, but to not worry. They seemed to be more focused on his behavior during the reading rather than the reading itself. There was never a thought to look further into why the reading or why he was reading so slow. Currently, we are in our 2nd year of homeschooling, which I did not learn about the pandemic and teaching kids. So that was where I went with that. But this has really allowed us to take control of the learning and had us further investigate why our son hated reading so much, but loved listening to stories being read out loud to him. Recently, through the help of Shandell, and with Paul Mountain, we've been able to really been able to screen our son and been diagnosed him with dyslexia. And growing up as a Wyoming first generations and also a parent of 3, this has really given us an opportunity to take this into our own hands and given us the path and the tool to work with it. So we support this bill and this program very much, and I appreciate it and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Bratton.
Thank you. Could you please tell me what school that your son attended, if he was tested, and if there's a board policy?
He did attend Laramie County School District 1, and he did go through the screening for reading and math. I can't recall that right now, but he did get that, but they didn't seem so focused. He did come in with an IEP with speech prior to kindergarten, and that was kind of what they were more focused on. And then they started shifting towards the behavior rather than the reading. So, but yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Seeing none, thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Luke Pine, and I have struggled with reading over the last few years. My brother Paul struggled with reading and made him kill himself. And I struggled with reading, and it doesn't feel like I belong. And yeah, and I think doing intervention and tutoring at a school is kind of annoying. I wish I could do it like in school, or like the teachers like teach it, so I don't have to do tutoring at all.
Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much for being here and sharing. Did I understand you to say that all of your interventions are outside of school?
Yes.
Is that because there aren't interventions in your school? Is that why that you're getting those outside of the system?
I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Thank you for your testimony. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Schuler, Chairman Andrew, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm very, very excited and hopeful about this bill. My name is Heather Gillum. I have worked in Laramie County School District Number 1 as a reading interventionist and as a classroom teacher up until this summer. I have acquired a depth of knowledge in the science of reading through extensive training, including letters, Orton Gillingham, and the Wilson Reading System. I'm a certified dyslexia practitioner and a member of the International Dyslexia Association. I'm currently working as a literacy specialist, tutoring students from the ages of 8 to adult here in Cheyenne. I have used my depth of knowledge in the science of reading in whole group settings in my classroom, in small groups during reading intervention, and working for literacy nonprofits in Denver over my summer breaks. I'm also a mother of 3 girls, 2 of which have dyslexia and 1 has dysgraphia as well. So I'd like to just share some information with you that I believe might be helpful in making a decision with this bill. Throughout the last decade, I have forged 2 paths, one as an educator trying to meet the needs of my students, and one as a mom trying to get our girls the services they need as students with reading and writing disabilities. As a teacher, I can tell you the undeniable impact my literacy training has had on my students. I can't share my class data with you or my small group data with you, but I can tell you that the data was positive. The data did prove the structured literacy approach I was using was working. Research and science in the field of literacy has indicated what the best practices are. We have it all together. It's organized. You have the answers. You have the right answers, the research-based, data-driven answers. That's not the question. You have those answers. Now we just need to make sure that every single teacher has access to this information. Reading and writing is at the very core of elementary education. It's the foundation on which all other learning happens. Now we just need to ensure that every elementary school teacher is a literacy expert. Every single one. They need to have the tools to take the structured literacy approach to differentiate their lessons in their classrooms and to have the knowledge to build robust intervention programming within their classroom. 1 reading interventionist per building, it's not enough people to run interventions for a whole school. We need our teachers as knowledgeable as our reading interventionists. When I went to my first structured literacy training in 2019, it was a 40-hour training in Denver. It blew my mind. I knew I could take that information back to school that next Monday and implement an approach that would work. I knew exactly what to do, where to start, how to differentiate instruction for my students, and how to measure growth from 1 week in Denver. During this training, I kept thinking, every classroom teacher needs to know these things. A colleague I had traveled with to that training had taught for 15 years at that point, and she literally broke down in tears during the training because she had never been exposed to this kind of information, not in her teacher's college program and not in any district trainings up until that point in 2019. She had been desperate for the answers she finally received as an educator in that training. She now knew how to help her struggling students. That's what teachers want. That's why we're here. That's all we want. We want to know what works and we want to do the things. So we went back to our school that following Monday and used our new knowledge in our classrooms that day. We also immediately formed a literacy group for a group of struggling intermediate students outside of our classrooms. Every teacher deserves this type of training. 2019 was also the summer that my daughter was diagnosed with dyslexia. She was in the 5th grade at that time. I had watched her grow up as a spirited, outgoing, happy, social, funny kid. I also watched that light inside her start to fade around the 2nd grade as she could not keep up with her peers academically. We did our best to support her at home, but she kept falling behind no matter what we tried or what her teachers tried. By 5th grade in 2019, my daughter's anxiety had reached a fever pitch and we had to take her out of public school. She had to get a handle on her academics and her anxiety. Luckily, due to this word structure training that I went to that same year, I felt like I knew what to do. I found my daughter the structured literacy tutoring that she needed to catch up in reading and writing. So for 4 straight years, including summers, she worked on structured literacy. She was able to re-enter public school in 7th grade. Her tutoring continued all the way to high school. So my daughter is now a junior at Central High. She's in AP English Lit and Composition, and she has an A. Her anxiety is now at a manageable level. Her steady exposure to explicit, structured, multi-sensory word structure lessons enabled her to reach grade level in reading and writing. There's a huge population of students, just like my daughter, students who are struggling with literacy, but don't necessarily qualify for special education. This population of kids is too large for one reading interventionist assigned to each school in our district to handle. There's too many. It's absolutely essential that all teachers receive the necessary training and certification to become literacy experts. They are our hope to reach this population of students. There's no other support available. It has to be the teachers within the classroom. If you have one reading interventionist for 500 students, it's just not realistic. When our youngest daughter started exhibiting the same signs as her sister, she was diagnosed as well, and she began private tutoring right away. She also spent 4 years in private tutoring. She also participated in intensive literacy summer programs in Denver, 2 summers in a row. She is now in 7th grade. Her fall FastBridge reading scores came back, and she's at low risk. It works. My husband and I gave our kids the opportunities they needed to thrive. We paid a high cost, the cost of private evaluations, tutoring, and intensive reading camps in order to get our own kids to grade level. Over the past 7 years, the total cost for our family, for our 2 kids, has been about $11,000. It would have been higher, but I chose to go work in Denver at these same camps so my daughter could go there for free. Our kids have received the privilege of the literacy education that they needed. The problem is literacy education should not be a privilege. It's a right. I want to see every kid who needs more specialized literacy instruction to receive it. I'm glad I got to sit in the seat where Grayson sat, because I'm just like, if Grayson can come up here and shed tears, so can I. Because Grayson's tears, this kid's tears, it's real. This is also the cost, the anxiety. You know, I see it as a mom, as a classroom teacher, and as a reading interventionist. The behaviors that develop, the fear, the anxiety around this. Every kid needs to be able to get what they need literacy-wise for free in their schools. I feel like my kids are examples of the success more of our students can achieve in our public schools when their teachers are experts in research-based best practices in literacy. When our teachers are all experts, more of our students will have the steady exposure over the years needed. They need to make gains in literacy. Years of exposure is what it takes. Literacy is at the core of students' learning and the biggest predictor of their future success. So the good thing is, we know there's a literacy need that needs to be addressed in our public schools in Wyoming. We have the answers. We have the evidence-based information that we need to solve the problem. And we now have an opportunity to ensure that every teacher receives the training needed to be empowered to meet the core academic needs of their students. So I urge you, please make the right decision and pass this legislation that will allow every elementary school teacher to be a literacy expert and get our students what they need. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Co-chairwoman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Gillum, for your testimony. And you are one of the lucky ones, as you said. Not everybody has had the opportunities that you've given your kids, and so I appreciate it. I guess wondering if, now that you've seen our bill, seen what all the stakeholders have come up with, do you feel like that we're headed in the right direction with this bill, whether we stay with 0.6 and amend it with 7 or whatever? How do you feel about it?
I absolutely do. I was at the press conference with Degenfelder, and I just sat there like, if we could have had this 10 years ago, like it would have been, so cool for my kids. But it fills me with hope and enthusiasm because it's the right information, the right people, the right time, the right information.
Thank you so much. And I think you could do a side gig and make a lot of money on the side whenever you're not teaching, because it sounds like you've got this figured out. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. How many more people in the room are waiting to testify on this bill? Can we see a show of hands? Quite a few. We definitely want to get to everybody, but if possible, if we could keep testimony a little bit more brief so we do have time to work the bill, that would be appreciated. Thank you. Please proceed. Who's next? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Chairman Schuler, Chairman Andrew, and members of the committee. Good afternoon. My name is Dylan Ort, husband to Aaron and father of Evan. You've already heard compelling testimony about why Wyoming must strengthen dyslexia screening and support. I'd like to speak why expanding screening to all K through 12 students is both necessary and urgent. Wyoming law already recognizes the importance of literacy. Under current statute, K through 3 students must be screened annually, and reading difficulties, including dyslexia. It's a good foundation, but it's not enough. Dyslexia doesn't only occur in K through 3. That ongoing K through 12 screening, older and new students will remain unidentified and unsupported. My families live this. Evan is in Laramie County School District 1, one of the most well-resourced in the state, yet he couldn't access the help that he needed. We've spent nearly $20,000 out of pocket since 2021 for private services, because literacy in Wyoming is still a privilege, not a guaranteed path. If this is what families face in a well-resourced county, I can only imagine what parents in our rural districts experience. Private services are scarce or non-existent. Even with laws in place, many districts simply aren't active on them. Screening may be required on paper without dedicated funding, oversight, and accountability, and implementation is inconsistent. If we truly want change, we have to fund it and monitor it. Otherwise, we're asking schools to do more with what they already don't have. The stakes are high. According to a 2017 report by the National Center for Learning Disabilities, students with untreated dyslexia are about 3 times more likely to drop out than their peers. Not because they lack ability, but because we failed to identify their needs early. Some may hope new technologies like artificial intelligence can bridge this gap. AI can help, but it can't replace foundational literacy. Without the ability to read, students can't fully engage with technology, succeed academically, or reach their potential. You have power to change that trajectory. By adopting K-12 dyslexia screening for all students and ensuring evidence-based interventions that are properly funded and enforced, you can make literacy a right, not a privilege defined by zip code or income. Let's make sure every Wyoming child has the chance to read, to learn, and to thrive. Thank you. I would like to add, this room is full of individuals. Mrs. Gillen was one of those that helped my family. And Evan has seen improvements, but when she left the district, we lost her as a resource. So she's right, we really do need that high level of training throughout all of our children, our teachers within all of Wyoming. Thank you. Awesome questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none. Good afternoon.
All right, to Chairwoman Schuler and Chairman Andrews, and to all the members of the board, I'd like to say thank you for hearing us out this morning, or this afternoon, I should say. The biggest thing that I came in here to say is, honestly, I had a testimony and I was ready to say everything, but it seems like everybody that preceded me has said everything that I was meaning to say. You know, all of the struggles and all the issues that we've all faced in trying to get our students the educations that we feel like they deserve has all been very similar in actions. You know, we've all talked to our teachers and we've all talked to our different principals and everything else, and to have an advocate come in and to help our students and to be able to get the education that they need, it's just, what's the word? It's just improbable. You know, it's something that we shouldn't have to do. It's something that should be in place in the schools already as they should be here. So, and that's one of the things that I've noticed with my daughter. We've been going through this deal since she was in kindergarten, you know, and she's in 5th grade now, going to Cole Elementary School. So she's part of that South Triad here in Cheyenne. And we've talked to her teachers and we've done everything that we could. And we finally last year were able to get her on an IEP through Paul's Mountain with them helping us, because, you know, as just a regular parent, I don't know all of the things that are inside of our educational system. I don't know all of the availabilities that they do have, and they weren't made readily available to us when we were asking for those things. And so I really hope that you guys do pass this bill for us, so that way our students and our kids can grow up, and honestly, they can take your guys' jobs eventually at some point and be able to read this legislation and the bills that you guys have all been able to read and go through yourselves now. So again, my testimony is just to say that I wish you guys to pass this bill, because it's been a long struggle for us in just the 5 years that we've done it. And again, every year that my daughter has been to school, she's been to summer school, and those 24 days, that month has eaten into her summer school. And this year we decided not to put her into summer school because she wasn't making any advancements in those programs. And to see how happy that she is from being able to have her summers and being able to wake up in the morning and act like every other student just brings joy to me. And I know it brings joy to her. And I have a kid that's also going into preschool. You know, he's in preschool right now, so he's going to be in kindergarten here soon. And we're going to have to go through this all over again. You know, and that's something that, can we just mitigate that and just direct it directly to our students, so that way we don't have to keep going through all these issues and multiple different things and different routes to get to the same goal that we're all trying to do. And all we want is our kids to be able to read and understand what's going on around them. And honestly, that's all I have to say for it. That's it. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Please proceed.
Mr. Chair, Madam Co-Chair, members of the committee. I don't know if I can do this with my glasses on or off. Getting old is no fun. My name is Catherine Urbanic. I'm a speech language pathologist, and I've been working with kids with language and reading difficulties for almost 20 years now. I'm also a mother. I have a history of dyslexia in my family. My 2 boys really struggled with learning how to read. I picked up on their reading struggles early, though. I knew that my oldest was going to struggle before he was 3. If we really want to make a difference for kids in Wyoming, speech language pathologists need to be part of the solution. Dyslexia is a language-based disorder. We're the language experts. If you want to address developmental language disorders or dyslexia, you really need our help. Language and reading don't just go together. Language is the foundation of reading. Struggling readers, including those with dyslexia, have broader language weaknesses than we previously realized. Even small language weaknesses, like are often seen in high poverty populations, can lead to really large reading difficulties. When we're talking screening for dyslexia, we have to screen for oral language as well. There's a new Diamond assessment that screens for both language and dyslexia, and it's really promising. If you want to get into the weeds on sensitivity and specificity on assessment, it's pretty good. Language deficits can be really hard to identify. So when we're talking about assessing reading, speech language pathologists need to be in those assessments, because if we're not identifying those, you're building reading on a foundation of sand if you don't address those underlying language deficits. It's non-negotiable to boost oral language for at-risk populations. There are whole language interventions that are available for preschool through 3rd grade that should be utilized in any high poverty or at-risk school. It's not that language instruction should be an add-on, it's really the bedrock of any reading instruction. So I'm kind of cautiously optimistic about this bill because I really think that language piece needs to be addressed more fully. When it comes to reading instruction, we know what needs to be taught from the educational research, but I have yet to see any one curriculum or intervention that gets the how part completely right. And my concern is that just putting the science of reading label on a program doesn't make it completely effective. And so I'm just concerned about how those interventions and curricula are going to be vetted for approval at the state level. Because if we're not using independent research to vet them, it's just how do we know that they're effective? For instance, many of the most popular programs like Hagerty and even some of the Orton Gillingham programs that have been mentioned here, independent research has not vetted those yet. There's still could be more high quality research that comes along, but it's not been yet. And so these programs, Hagerty, Foundations, which is Wilson's Tier 1 curriculum, have been used for 7 years in Laramie County. And I didn't see any dramatic growth in Ruth reading. So I think we really need to be careful about what we're talking about, what is effective reading instruction. We know that there's effective things out there, but none of them is perfect, right? None of them combines all of the necessary components beautifully and cohesively into one great program. And so that's where I think the work of the state lies, is how do you actually integrate all of the things that need to be in place: phonics, phonemic awareness, vocabulary, comprehension, fluency, and put it together, because reading doesn't develop in silos. It doesn't develop in, phonics over here and vocabulary here. It all has to come together. And that hasn't happened yet in anything that I've seen. The other thing is teacher preparation. I think partnerships between the College of Communication Disorders and education could really help provide training in language development and phonology, which is critical for the understanding of reading in the context of language. I haven't seen that mentioned, but I got training in this 20 years ago, more than that, to help my kids. And then why isn't that being disseminated to everyone, right? And so I also think that parent support groups like we have for autism in districts would be really helpful. Parents want to help their kids. I'm hearing that again and again and again, but they lack the resources to do so. So I think reading support groups could help with helping parents with library sign-ups, book recommendations, intervention materials, and training them on how to actually help their child read at home. Because if kids don't get that daily guided reading scaffolding, all those skills that we're teaching in school, they don't matter because they're not generalizing those skills. We don't have it perfect, but if we follow the research and not just the popular marketing, and we integrate oral language, I think that we can move Wyoming children much closer to getting the literacy foundation they deserve. Thank you for your time and commitment to this important work.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Good afternoon.
Afternoon, my name is Augusta Sepler. I go to Rock River Middle School and high school and elementary. I'm 12 years old. What I've been doing I recently learned I have dyslexia. I learned about a month ago that I have that. For 6 years now, I haven't learned that I have dyslexia, so it's been really hard for me at school to learn, read, or write. So I was getting low grades. It takes till 6th grade, which is the grade I am in right now, to come and find it out that I have dyslexia by my grandma telling my mom to hey, check this out. Maybe it'll help Gus read more. That's how we figured it out. My school is very supportive of this right now. So yeah, and in the future, I will be learning how to read, write, and the basics of just building my way up to read and write.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
Awesome.
Thank you for your testimony.
All right.
Please proceed.
Chairwoman Schuler, Chairman Andrew, and members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Nikki Bashady. I am here in support of this bill because of my son, Ket. He is 9 years old and a 4th grader in the Laramie County School District. Ket has dyslexia, and since 1st grade, he's had an IEP, but we have seen very little improvement. From the start, I knew Ket was bright. His testing confirmed that. He's also one of the happiest, kindest kids you'll ever meet. Teachers and staff often stop to tell me how he lights up their day. But behind that joy, Ket struggled with reading and spelling from the very beginning. Every year I asked his teachers if he should be held back, and every year they said no. It wasn't the grade level that was the problem. It was how reading was being taught. Ket's intelligence allowed him to get by for a while, but each year became harder. I believe the IEP meant he was getting the help he needed, but I have since learned that the kind of instruction he truly needs just wasn't provided. Out of frustration, I reached out to Paul's Mountain Advocacy for Literacy. That's when I realized the tools and methods in this bill are exactly what children like Ket need. If these supports had been in place earlier, I believe he'd be thriving today. This year has been especially tough. Ket's starting to realize he's different and he doesn't understand why. He's frustrated, he's acting out, and it's heartbreaking to see this bright, joyful boy losing confidence in himself. That's why this bill matters so much. It would ensure that schools use structured literacy programs that actually work for kids with dyslexia. It would give teachers the tools they need and give children like Ket the chance to succeed, to read, and to love learning again. Thank you for your time in considering this important bill.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Thank you. Please proceed.
Chairman Andrew, Co-Chairman Schuler, and members of the committee. Thank you for your time today and for your dedication to this critical legislation. I'm here to speak in support of this bill and want to begin by recognizing the tremendous work that has already been done to bring this forward. My name is Kelly Storbo, and I'm a proud Wyoming native. I was born and raised in Wheatland. I earned my bachelor's, my master's, and my leadership endorsement from the University of Wyoming. And I've spent the last 30 years working in education, 21 of those right here in Laramie County School District number 1. I've served as a classroom teacher, a reading interventionist, an instructional coach, and a leader. Most recently, I've managed statewide professional development projects focused on literacy in Wyoming, Arizona, and Minnesota. Today, I want to speak specifically about the importance of including training requirements for administrators in this legislation. Over the past decade, I've worked with educators across 3 states who participated in the kind of comprehensive literacy professional development this bill supports, training grounded in the body of research known as the science of reading. The goal of this work is to deepen educator understanding of how literacy develops and what instructional practices best support students in becoming proficient readers and writers. Through this experience, I've had the privilege of having conversations with and hearing feedback from educators, thousands of educators. And while their stories vary, a few themes consistently emerge. Teachers are excited to learn this information. Many say they wish they'd learned it earlier in their careers. They feel empowered by their new knowledge, and they're eager to apply it in their classrooms. But they also express a common frustration. Their leaders, the principals, the coaches, the district administrators, often don't have the same training. Again and again, I've heard educators say, "I wish my principal knew this," or "I wish our leadership team had this background." This isn't just anecdotal frustration. It's a real organizational barrier. Research confirms that effective school leaders are second only to teachers in their impact on student achievement. That influence is realized through their role as instructional leaders who foster collaboration and ensure instructional alignment. Studies have shown when professional learning includes both teachers and leaders, schools can see significant gains in student proficiency. We've seen this play out in states like Mississippi, North Carolina, and Louisiana, where similar legislation has led to measurable improvements in literacy outcomes. In each case, the initiative included educators at all levels. They didn't leave out the administrators. When a new initiative is introduced, one of the leader's most important responsibilities is to create the conditions for successful implementation. That means anticipating barriers, supporting teachers, and aligning resources. But if leaders don't have the same foundational knowledge as their teachers, they can't do that effectively. In fact, they may unintentionally become a barrier themselves. If we want lasting change, if we want improved student outcomes and a unified instructional vision, we must ensure that leaders are included in this journey. They need the opportunity to build their knowledge alongside their teachers. Thank you again for this opportunity to speak today. This legislation represents a powerful step forward for Wyoming's educators and students. I look forward to seeing it come to life and to the day when every child in our state is taught to read with the instruction they deserve. I stand for questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Bratton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm so glad you came to testify today. Have you worked with any parent to testify before the elected school boards that support policies just like this bill? Because I know in my community, and my superintendent will testify, later online, we do these professional learning communities and have had great success. But the elected school boards can do this right now. My school board does support this. And I think a lot of parents don't realize, or their school boards have said no.
Right.
And that the citizens have control of that. So have you spoken before any school boards around our state in support?
Yes. Chairman Andrew, Chairman Schuler, and Representative Bratton. I personally have, worked with school boards and done presentations to school boards. I have not worked with a parent to prepare them to do that, but in my 20 years with the district, yes, I did do that.
All right, thank you.
Madam Co-Chairwoman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one quick question that you mentioned the big progress that Mississippi has made, and I've heard about this. I've not really delved into it to see what they're using, what they're doing. Of course, they were kind of at the bottom of the barrel, so they only had one way to go. But do you have any idea what kind of programs that they're using? Is anything similar to what we're doing? Or do you have any idea on that?
Chairman and Senator Schuler, yes, this bill is similar to Mississippi's bill, as well as several other bills across the nation. I do agree that this bill is something that is learning from those and taking it a step further. As far as programs, I don't want to speak to programs because I don't have that knowledge, but what I will say is a common thread is building teacher knowledge, building educator knowledge throughout their systems. And that's kind of the kind of hidden message here is we can train teachers all we want. To be honest with you, Wyoming has been training, the State Department has been working to get training to teachers for quite a few years now. But when they return to systems that don't have the resources that are aligned, that don't have leaders who recognize when maybe a schedule isn't set up to support what is needed, or when they need to see that some of our previous practices maybe need to be changed. Then you send teachers back to a situation where they feel extremely frustrated by the fact that they have this knowledge, they feel empowered by what they've learned, but they're not able to bring that to fruition because they're working as one rather as a system together.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Further questions? Senator Scott.
Yeah, I've been intrigued listening to you about the importance of the administration in these school districts. And that matches with what we see when we look at the performance of the school districts. Some of them, and Sheridan being a prime example, do very well, and some of them don't. It seems to be independent of the total amount of resources the district has. It seems to be much more dependent on the emphasis that the administration puts on solving the reading problems. And one of the things that I've sort of picked up on, and I wanted to ask you about, is in the districts that I've seen that are most successful, they pay a lot of attention to figuring out what is wrong with each individual child and then trying to match the program that the child has to what that particular child needs. Does that mesh with your perception, or am I missing something there?
Chairman and Senator Scott, I'm not totally sure I'm understanding your question, but I want to say that while yes, we do want to look at each student individually and determine what are their needs, it is also possible for when you have trained educators and professionals who know how to use the data that they're gathering to provide the instruction, not just individually, but to make sure that they have a system in place where they can gather those students that have like needs and provide that instruction in a more efficient manner. Are you going to have situations where individual children need, specific interventions or specific things for their needs? Absolutely. But we need to really look at that tier 1 level, what is the best instruction that needs to be happening so that we can prevent that next level of tier intervention and that next level. And, we have a saying in education that you can't intervene your way out of a tier 1 problem. And so, to me, there are things that can be done to be very efficient, to meet the needs, and to provide that evidence-based instruction for all students, and then work your way into those smaller groups and eventually for some students, that individual level as needed.
You for the question. You. Ms. Hesser.
Chairman, members of the committee, you've heard the why. I mean, it's kind of hard to deny why we need this bill to be passed. But I'm going to jump into some of the actual points on the bill. I do think we missed one point of consensus from the literacy cabinet. They had suggested a name change, make this the K-12 Language and Literacy Act or the K-12 Comprehensive Language and Literacy Act. I'm pretty sure there was a consensus on that within the group. And then earlier, Senator Schuler, you mentioned that, how are we measuring those at risk? What does that category really look like? If schools are truly using the universal screeners as they are meant to be used, those cutoffs are built into those individual programs that are being used. And honestly, most of these companies have set these benchmarks as Vegas odds. So your benchmark kids that are right at benchmark are bottom of the barrel okay. Doesn't mean they're going to stay okay. And that's when you get into that at-risk category. Anything below that, you hit at risk. And I believe the stats on that are something like 20 to 40% of those kids will become successful readers without intervention. That's it. When you hit those well below basic kids, then you're looking at there's 10%. That's it. There's 90% chance they're not going to make it to grade level. So I know the dyslexia definition was also something that was kind of a little bit of back and forth in the working group. And I'm okay with the definition as it exists. If we can add back in may result in behavioral issues, which was something that the draft that we had brought you in November included. And I think the testimony today can show you why that also needs to be included in the definition. And another point of contention was the definition of structured literacy was taken out. Again, I know there was that thought of national art, but in that November draft, we did come to you with a definition that was made by our stakeholder group here in the state of Wyoming. So it's not something that is necessarily a national definition, but it was one that we could all agree on was appropriate. And PTSB is mentioned that they're going to have a structured literacy endorsement. So I don't see any reason to not include structured literacy as a definition in the bill to kind of go along with that language. And the last thing I would like to say is that it was mentioned that this isn't ready for prime time. And it's not the first time we've heard those words. And it's another year and another year and another year. And how many years are we going to let kids fall through the cracks? How many? I started speaking to you when our current K-3 statute still applied to my son who spoke earlier. It does not apply to him anymore. And that is a problem. So I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Mr. Brown?
Mr. Chairman, Boyd Brown, Executive Director of the Wyoming Association of School Administrators. Going to keep pretty high level today. Really appreciate the opportunity. We know that literacy is an important thing, especially early literacy. And I think our speech pathologist made a case for universal preschool that might be very beneficial for our students too, that every kid had that opportunity to go through preschool and learn what they needed to learn there so that they're ready for kindergarten. With that, just a couple of things. One of the things that I would say is that we need to look at this as the districts are going to need some help, and I think you heard that from everybody. This bill is probably not the place to put that. That's probably something that should go into recalibration, and we should look at it there if that's what we need to do. But there's not very many secondary schools that are going to have the resources or the personnel to be able to do what we're asking them to do. So we're going to have to ramp up there. finding people that can do what we're asking them to do is going to be difficult, especially at the secondary level. And I'm not saying we shouldn't do it. I'm just saying it's a reality there for us, trying to operationalize this as to where we're going. So I guess I would just remind us that there's not a school district out there, there's not a school board out there that doesn't believe that literacy is important and very important for our students, especially in those first 3 years, but working with them again. The other thing that I want to remind you is we have about a 30% mobility rate in the state, which means every year, 30% of my students that I get in my district are going to be new to my district. So we're going to have that opportunity to get those kids where they need to be as they get there too. If you're looking at a big district like Laramie 1, which has about 1,000 kids in each district, they're turning over about 300 kids a year. If you're looking at a small district that I worked in Sheridan 3, I'm probably getting 1 or 2 new students each year. So just operationalizing how you're going to deal with that at those different levels is going to be something that we're going to have take a little time to get good at. So it's not going to be immediate. Just want you to think about some of those issues as we move forward, and I would stand for any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Co-Chairwoman Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, my question is, you hit on the nail on the head of some of the things I'm concerned with. How long do you think it would take our districts? I mean, I know we're looking at teacher shortages and those kinds of things to find people, or if not find people that they can train, but those that are within the district to get trained with the proper training for not only screening, but, we're not always going to have X number of literary specialists, but I mean, what are we going to need? Any idea on that?
Mr. Chairman, Chairman Schuler, I do believe that that's going to be an individual district issue. I think there are some districts that probably are ramped up and able to do that. I would say, and he's probably going to speak a little later, so I won't say anything because I think he's going to talk about it. But I think the idea of the mandated summer school, where we're at with that, may be different for districts as well. And I guess the districts that are struggling right now are going to take longer to get where they need to be. The districts that aren't struggling and are being very successful probably have a few more things figured out. So that's not a good answer to your question. And getting people trained up, I did talk to some folks from the University of Wyoming and talking about trying to get this geared up. I think they've got things that they're doing already, working with districts that they're already working with. So trying to be able to do what we need to do is going to be, we're either going to have to bring in professional development from somewhere else, and that's going to cost as well. So just reminding us that it's not going to happen exactly quickly, and it's not going to happen without having some funding for the districts for that. So that's a long answer to an easy question. I apologize.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Heard story after story of concerned and involved parents running into brick wall after brick wall trying to get the help for their children that they need. Do you know of any institutional, structural, legal barriers? Why, if we have parents who are concerned about how the children are doing, and we have teachers who are concerned about how the children are doing, do we need this massive mandate and this whole new structure of all this new professional development and all this new testing, all this new reporting? What's going wrong right now?
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Kelly, again, I would say that those stories were all individual stories. Most of them were from at least the southwest or southeast part of the state. I know that I was the superintendent here for 3 years. I don't remember ever refusing anybody that asked to come in and be tested. That doesn't mean that it didn't happen. If you are asked to, if a parent asks for their student to be tested, they should be tested based on federal guidelines.
Representative Kelly.
Well, we clearly have an issue here. I don't think there's anyone in this room who could seriously answer that everything's fine. We know that. But obviously you could already probably hear the concern I have right now. Is a sweeping one-size-fits-all policy for all districts, whether they need it or not. Do you see ways that this issue can be addressed without doing so, because I do have concerns that if there are districts that currently have in place systems that are working, that this could possibly disrupt those systems that are working.
Mr. Brown?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Kelly, I don't disagree with you. And I think there are districts out there that are concerned that this may do exactly what you're saying. It may overreach and require them not to do some things. I'm not aware of any other place in statute where a teacher was told they could not use an instructional tool to help improve a student. And I think there's one of those in this bill that I would address specifically probably later if we wanted to talk about it. But I think teachers need to have as many arrows in their quiver as students need to be successful. I don't think you want to shut any of those arrows off for them to have that opportunity to make kids successful.
Representative Kelly?
So just to be clear, because I thought I saw that too, that there's a prohibition on a certain teaching technique here. So there's a concern about the state now stepping in and micromanaging instructional techniques and curriculum.
Mr. Brown?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I would agree with that on that one specific issue. And I think there's a statute that may even say that the state and Department of Ed can't do that. But I was not going to bring that up at this time. I thought that just wanted to keep it high, but appreciate that.
Representative Lawley?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Brown, it sounded like from your earlier statements that this would be really difficult for a lot of districts to implement, and again, would need more money, more resources, which I understand to some degree. But my concern is even your comments suggest that there's great disparity among districts in terms of what's available resources and how we manage issues concerning reading and particularly reading difficulties and diagnosed issues with reading. So that's one of my concerns of why, even though, again, I'm concerned about putting things on local districts, but we're talking about a very important part of education, and the disparity between districts is very concerning to me in terms of what resources they have, how they choose to spend some of their money. In terms of resources, they may have policies in place, but they don't have money behind it. They don't get the training for the teachers. And of course, now, if we implement this, they're going to need more help, and I get that. But that disparity in itself concerns me because I think it violates the Constitution. That basically we should have an equitable system. And when we see reading where there are great inequities among the districts, because maybe they have policies, maybe they don't, maybe they follow them, maybe they don't, maybe they get the teachers resources, maybe they don't. That's a concern to me as a legislator who's responsible for carrying out the mandates of the Constitution concerning education. And I do believe that there's a right to read in there, as it's such a fundamental part of education. So that's what I'm wrestling with. But I've come down after hearing, not just today, but also just being involved in working on this bill and again, it's come up. It's not the first time since I've been in the legislature, and we never get any traction, but it doesn't seem that in terms of outcomes, things are really changing. And that's disturbing to me. So I don't know how you would respond to that, because I feel like, I'm not trying to put you in a catch-22, but I do feel like kind of that's where we are. A lot of what you said demonstrated my greatest concern and why we might need to act as a legislature to make sure we are meeting the demands of the Constitution for equitable education across the state as it concerns reading.
Mr. Brown?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Lawley, I don't disagree with you. And again, I would say that I think moving forward with some more expertise at the Department of Ed and being able to go in and look at that information through the accountability system and trying to move forward from there, I think is a very positive outcome. And again, I think we have districts out there that are doing very well. Again, I think the secondary level is kind of where I really am concerned about how it's going to cost and how much resources we're going to have to put in. Because usually by the time kids get to secondary level, and I've got two brothers that probably would have fit this. I got 6 kids in my family, and neither one of them are very literate at this point. They're both very successful in the work that they do, but it wasn't important for them at that point. And so I think they could have used some help back whenever they're going through. But I think we have to have that opportunity to have every quiver in our arsenal to be able to deal with every one of those students.
Further questions? Senator Scott.
First, let me say that I too have looked at that one thing where they prohibited a particular kind of instruction. And it is my intention to ask the State Department when they come back up to testify, why they put that in as opposed to just taking that prohibition out. I would like to hear that reasoning. Question I've got for you is, you're talking about more resources. Is that really what we need? Because we're seeing what we're seeing in terms of the performance of the several districts, and there are major differences among them. Resources doesn't appear to be the issues. Some of the most successful districts are some of the poorest funded in terms of per pupil funding. Is it that, or is it that the management is simply not effectively utilizing the resources that they've got? And if that's the case, I don't see why more is going to do any better. And what kind of objective ways can we identify where the problem really is the management, and something needs to be done about that?
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Scott, again, I think that individual school boards who are elected, just like you, have that responsibility at the management level at the district. If we feel like there's a problem there. I guess when I'm saying more resources, there's going to be more reports we have to turn into the Wyoming Department of Ed. We're going to have to do an assessment on every student that comes in to our secondary schools now. If a student is not up to speed in reading in secondary schools, we're going to have somebody that's going to be able to give them the resources that they need. That's where I'm talking about more resources. And I would say that somehow we're either going to have to reduce what we're doing in somewhere else, or we're going to have to have more resources to be able to deal with all those things.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you. Mr. Farmer. Oh, Senator Rothfuss.
So before we go on, I wanted to address the concern that was raised about specific language that blocked one type of education, because it's coming up vaguely, and I think that's probably making a source of confusion for folks that aren't familiar with what's being talked about. If you look at the .7 draft on page 12, Romanet 5, which is lines 13 through 14, you'll see it say prohibit the use of the 3 queuing system as a basis for teaching word recognition or decoding. And then back in the definitions is a definition of 3 queuing. And those are the only 2 places that language about 3 queuing occurs. And this is an area that was of debate within the literacy cabinet and within the community and within the stakeholder group, and with every meeting we've had this debate. So this is not a surprise that people are raising this issue. And the reason it's still in the bill draft is because it's important to have that debate and to see if this committee wants to keep it included and listen to testimony on why it should remain in the bill draft, or whether this committee would like to remove it. But obviously, if we had pre-removed it, it would be hard to have that debate. So it made perfect sense to put it in here for discussion. But I'll just note a little bit of background. 8 states have already banned that. They've already incorporated language in their new literacy laws, recognizing that it has been problematic in terms of a standard go-to, widely used, heavily marketed approach to teaching reading to those that might be struggling. And evidence and recent evidence has indicated that while there are short-term effects, in other words, if you have a substantial amount of short-term attention, your reading improves, but the long-term effects vanish. They go away completely. So it's not evidence-based. Now we have other language in the statute that says that it has to be evidence-based, and it could potentially be handled in rule, which is something that some folks have suggested that rules could handle it because the evidence-based aspect of it would require an evidence-based and science-based analysis, which indicates that this is a failed system that should not be used in the state of Wyoming. But there was a desire, based on the fact that people have struggled to achieve that outcome, to just have it explicit in statute. So that's the background, that's the storyline that we're talking about for those that might be wondering what everyone is alluding to. And it'll probably work out either way, candidly, because again, the strength of the other language about rulemaking would probably preclude it. But that is the reason it's in statute the way that it's there for this bill draft 0.7.
Thank you. Mr. Farmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brian Farmer, Wyoming School Boards Association. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to talk about the language of the bill if we can. And so in comparing version 6 to version 7, certainly would say that version 7 represents substantial improvement from version 6. If you're looking at a vehicle to move forward, I believe version 7 is your appropriate vehicle to move forward. And so that being said, I don't think version 7 is without its difficulties or its challenges. So I think that there are places, as Senator Rothfuss said, to have discussions. In general, as we look through the bill and beginning on page 3 of version 7, as it carries through those definitions, Senator Rothfuss went through the version 6 to point out how version 7 improves definitions. And so I would say I generally agree with those statements, that the definitions that you see on pages 3 through 6, I'm sorry, 3 through 7, and maybe even 8 are improved as in comparison to the version 6. Now, on page 9, specifically when you look at line 16 through 23, now we have a new requirement. And so to Senator Scott's question to Dr. Brown earlier, why do we need new resources? And I would just answer that because we're doing new things. It's not about we need more resources to do the same things. The new resources necessary are to do some of those new things. Mr. Chairman, if you flip to page 10 and you take a look at lines 6 through 9, it says use high quality instructional materials and practices aligned with science of reading as defined by rule of state superintendent to deliver evidence-based language and literacy instruction. Mr. Chairman, I have a little bit of concern with this provision that it comes close to running afoul to the Constitution, specifically Article 7, Section 11, which is the prohibition that the state, neither the state nor the state superintendent shall select textbooks. Now, textbooks could be interpreted in its original 20th century language, or I guess 19th century language, meaning just a textbook, but a modern interpretation would be instructional materials. So you come really close to having a problem when you say that the state superintendent shall establish instructional materials. So I do urge caution with regard to that. That would be the first time that we have had the state superintendent establishing instructional materials. There's no other place. Now, certainly there are places where they recommend. They say, here are good instruments. There are places where they say, here are good resources, and they've provided those resources, and those are helpful to districts. But this is the establishment of those things, and that would be extraordinary. Mr. Chairman, as we move along to page number 12, those lines 13 and 14 that Senator Rothfuss addressed before, talking about the 3 queuing system. Now, in regard to the discussion that Senator Rothfuss had moments ago, he did reference the language of evidence-based throughout the law, the statute, the bill. So when you talk about evidence-based best practice as being the processes people are allowed to use, I find it really interesting that we would, again, for the first time, prohibit or say that you cannot use an instructional method. There is no other place in statute where we prohibit instructional method. Our traditional practice in Wyoming has been, let's provide teachers with all of the tools in the toolbox. Let's encourage them to use the evidence-based best practices. Use that, that's your first line. But what about for the kid that doesn't work? Every once in a while, you come across a child who that instructional best practice doesn't work. And so you need something else. You need another tool to try. And so by eliminating tools in the toolbox, you're simply saying, hey, this might have worked with the kid. It's maybe not your first line, but why eliminate it? Why take it out when we've already said your first line is instructional best practice? It's research-based. What if in 5 years from now, research says, hey, guess what? Something about 3Qing works. Then all of a sudden we have the contradiction. So just pointing out that would be curious for us to do something that we haven't done before. Again, when we look at that page 12, line 16 through the bottom of the page, and then page 13, lines 1 through 5, here we have sort of this new requirement, these literacy camps, these summer literacy camps. And so again, to Senator Scott's question, why more resource? Because we're trying new interventions, new things for kids. And so by providing those interventions, those are things that are targeted to provide students with the supports that they need. Mr. Chairman, just one last comment as to some language I'm a little uncertain of in the statute or the bill. Page 15, looking at lines 18 through 23, I really like the line that says here that the state superintendent will provide technical assistance to school districts. Line 20, you hear that, you see that language, technical assistance. That's great. School districts could use some additional support, particularly those that are struggling. I've not seen a district that isn't trying to help their kids. Sometimes they're not doing what is successful. Sometimes their efforts could be better guided. But if they're trying and it's not working, providing technical assistance is great. But the next line is the one that provides me some concern. It says that they'll have these rules that identify policies and procedures for the implementation of corrective action plans. And I really don't know what corrective action plans would look like. What besides support are we talking about? And if that's to be defined in rule, then I guess that's fine. I'm just not familiar with anywhere else in statute that we have the state superintendent providing these kinds of corrective action plans. So, Mr. Chairman, I think you have a vehicle to move forward with version 7. I look forward to hearing more from our members who haven't had much chance to take a look at this yet. I know that there are some folks in the central and northern part of the state that are affected by a power outage right now that are unable to comment. I've heard from a few that had planned to testify aren't going to be able to do that. So I know there will be more conversations. Look forward to those to come. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Senator Scott. All right, thank you. Are there any questions for Madam Co-Chairwoman?
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. This is a question that I had, I probably should have asked earlier, but on page 13 of, let's just go with 07. I've been thinking about this. If we start doing all the screening and we do the monthly reporting and we start, keeping really good track of all the records, I'm wondering about the minimum of 70 hours. I start thinking about little kids going to summer school. That'd be what, I don't know, my math's not 17, 18 days. And if they have other issues that they're behind on, but we have to focus just on reading. Is 70 hours, is that reasonable? Is that I mean, what do you think from the school board's perspective?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Co-Chair, I would say that's something I'd love to hear from our folks in districts looking at providing that intervention. And maybe there is some better language that allows it to be age appropriate or even specific to a student's specific needs.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Thank you. I think the committee may need a 10-minute break. Anyone else? All right. All right, we will resume at 5:15. All right, the meeting will come back to order. Good evening.
Chairman, members of the committee, and I hate being old. I can't see you here but yet I needed to read. I wasn't going to come up and talk today, but I feel like it is needed. There's been some questions and some talk that has arisen and I think needs to be cleared up. And my notes are kind of all over the place. I had them on my computer. I have them here. I have them on the other side. So I apologize if I'm random. But please stop me for any questions during that if you have any. The first thing I guess I want to talk about is the debate around the 3 queuing systems. As you know, I don't think I said, I'm Carrie Roden. I'm a board member of the International Dyslexia Association Rocky Mountain Branch. And I'm also a board member of Wyoming Right to Read, former teacher for 12 years, master's in literacy, then had a dyslexic daughter. Changed my life and reading has been a privilege for her. I was taught to teach reading using the 3 queuing system. The 3 queuing system is when you have kids, when they don't know a word, they look at the first sound of the word and then they read to the end of the sentence and then they look at the picture and then they guess what the word is. Okay. Science has irrefutably shown that that is what poor readers do. Unfortunately, and it's going on now, but we didn't know that, right? We were doing what we knew at that time and what we thought was best. And now we know that that is not. So they put kids into MRI machines. So this is scientifically based. And they put kids that struggle to read in MRI machines. And they put good readers in MRI machines. And they show that kids that can't read well, they use the 3 queuing system because they don't know how to decode the words. And so that is actually what poor readers do. Good readers look at the entire word and they sound it out and then use their background knowledge and their vocabulary knowledge and then they get to know the word. The 3 queuing system has been banned in many states. It is not evidence-based teaching. Why would we want any teaching to go on that's not evidence-based? Unfortunately, everything's about money, right? There's been a lot of companies that have put a ton of money into one of the systems that's called Reading Recovery that uses the 3 queuing system that only tutors children in like 1st and maybe 2nd grade. I'm not exactly sure. They have shown that they may grow really well in that grade, but then they drop back off because they have not learned to decode the words. And so that is why we need that in our bill, because there are still districts, there's still areas in our state that use this system to intervene with readers. Kids that struggle to read there's 3 different things that they need. Either they need to learn how to decode the words, they need to know the meaning of the words. Maybe they can decode the words, but they don't have the background knowledge and vocabulary to understand the word, or they have both. Those are the 3 different types of readers that struggle. And there are evidence-based, scientifically proven practices that we know what works. There are districts in the state that use the Reading Recovery system, and they may look like they have really good scores. They might be 80% one year. Some years they're 60%. They go up and down, and they usually are the top of our state. But you have to look at the population of that area. It's usually higher income level. You also have to look at, they have a great MTSS system. And you would look at that 20% of their kids will never learn to read. They will never learn to read using that system. And I know it seems like we're collecting data about who is talking, and unfortunately it sounds like there may not be people up north, but this is going on all over the state. It is not just in the southeastern corner of the state. There are kids that are struggling across the state, across the nation, across the world. And it's just because we are where we are, and we have a good group, we have a big voice, and we've been fighting this battle for a very long time. My train of thought left. So that is the 3 queuing system and why it should be in the bill. It should be prohibited because it hurts kids. This is about children. And so bring it back to, is it going to be inconvenience for districts and for our state? change is inconvenient, right? Anytime that we have to change anything, it's hard. And especially when we have a system that we're so devoted into, it's hard to change, but we can do it. We can make the change. PD funds could be changed. I don't know all the wording, but there's the PD block funding. How are people using that funding to go along with that? And there's arguments in the secondary classes. Yeah, it's going to be a change. Yeah, is it going to take money? It'll take money for training. That's all we need to do. We just need to train our teachers and our administrators and our paras. They all need to have that background knowledge so reading will not be a privilege throughout our state. We just, again, my cohort, Megan Hesser, gave me a really good quote to use. We're talking about how many tools we need in our toolbox. Well, having more tools in your toolbox isn't great when someone tries to hand a surgeon a chainsaw just because it's a tool. And that's what we're dealing with here. We're dealing with lack of training of teachers, period. That's what it is. That's the problem. I was one. I held kids back for not getting their reading scores that they were supposed to do. I held kids back from recess. I punished them for not getting their AR points to read. I did all those poor things. I taught the 3 queuing system. And now I know better. And now I do better. And let me make sure I have everything before I'm going to wish that I said something that I didn't. The instructional materials question. So there was talk about that it's against our Constitution for us to choose the instructional materials. Why would, again, give a surgeon something that's not evidence-based to use with their patients? We need the materials that are approved because they're approved by professionals, by researchers, by neuroscientists, by psychiatrists, by people that know reading. Why do we think that a principal who may have been a PE teacher or a history teacher knows how to teach reading? They don't. I would beg to ask if people who testify about the problems with this bill, have you ever taught a struggling child to read? A lot of the kids that came up and the families that came up here are involved with Paul's Mountain or are involved in the schools that I taught, and I know them, and I'm one of them. We have to do better. We have to train our teachers. That's all it boils down to. It's not a political thing. All kids learn to read the same way. There is not a different way. Scientists prove this that have been researching this for decades. We have known how children learn to read for decades, but it has been in the ivory towers and it has not, in the psychology realm of the world, it has not gone down to the teacher realm of the world, but now it is. And now we know how kids learn to read. We know what happens when they struggle to read. We know what to do. It's scientific, it's evidence-based. It's not just throwing a dart at the wall and hoping you make it, because that's what we're talking about when we say all kids learn differently. They don't. When Dr. Pugh came and spoke several years ago, that is not what he said. All kids learn to read the same way. Some just need it more intensively than others. I stand for questions.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening, Chairman Andrew, Co-Chairman Schuler. Thank you. Name is Chase Christensen, Superintendent, Sheridan County 3. Chairwoman Schuler, I understand you had a question about summer school a little bit earlier. I want to take us back into the bill, and I will apologize for those of you that are still looking at version 6. I'm on version 7, and page 12, line 16, starting to talk about summer school there. And to start with, Senator Scott, I understand, and this provision is written for each school district with 60% or more students not demonstrating grade level proficiency. My district is not there, will not be there. And we still do great things for kids with regard to summer school, and we provide the programs that are being called for in this paragraph. However, further into this paragraph, it talks about that we need it says school districts shall include a minimum of 70 hours of additional instruction beyond the regular school year. And I'll tell you, our summer school program is the best that I have ever been a part of. And what we do for students is not we bring them all into a classroom or we get them all on a Zoom call and we're providing instruction to a group of students. We assign teachers one-to-one, qualified reading teachers one-to-one with a student, and they have 40 minutes or an hour every day, 4 days a week for 4 weeks. And it is far more impactful, high impact tutoring, far more impactful than if I were to bring all of those kids into a room and try to provide the reading intervention for 70 hours over the course of those 4 weeks as a group rather than individual. So I think we just need to be careful with what we're tying ourselves to in terms of strict statute with maybe what works for districts around the state versus what may or may not. The last point I want to make, and I think you guys have heard plenty on the rest of the bill. I'm going to stay to this paragraph. I worry a little bit about the shall, because right now we're calling out a shall with regard to beyond the school day. And I need you to think hard about that, because even with my program that demonstrates the successes that it does, when we're making phone calls to parents at the end of a school year and saying, hey, your student right now is struggling a little bit with their reading, and we would like them to attend our summer school, we have parents that turn that down, and that's their prerogative. But if we're talking about a school district shall provide, and a parent says no, well, now I'm violating the law. So let's be careful with language. Thank you.
Madam Co-Chairwoman.
Thank you, Superintendent Christensen. Yeah, along with that, I have a couple of ideas for possibly helping both those paragraphs. And kind of just tell me if you think these will work. Actually, I believe the state school boards folks gave me the one. On the 70 hours, I think if we add in there and shall include age appropriate and district appropriate hours of additional instruction, would you be okay with that? That's on page 13.
Sounds like it allows whatever we want to do. Sure.
Okay. And then instead of a shall, what if we just put shall offer? Is that not going to be enough teeth in it for some of the districts, or do we need to keep the shall in there?
I think shall offer is there. Your bill right now requires lots of consultation with parents and talks about sharing an IRP with parents and on down the line. I think this could be the same thing. I mean, in consultation with parents, design a appropriate summer school curriculum for the student, and then provide it. I mean, something of that nature would seem appropriate. And I understand. I am privileged to be superintendent of a district where there are many things that I can do one-to-one that other districts may not be able to. So thank you.
Thank you. And I think you brought up a good point. Thank you for bringing that up, because I taught summer school a few times. And more than I wanted, really. I didn't really want too much because I really wanted to enjoy my summers. But there were some parents who would just thumb their noses at it, that they didn't care. They didn't care if their kids didn't get the credits. They didn't care if they came back and they were, still a sophomore instead of a junior. So I think you brought up a valid point, and I thank you for that.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Chairman Andrew and Co-Chairman Schuler and the members of the committee. My name is Brendan O'Connor. I'm the Professional Teaching Standards Board Executive Director. And I just have a couple of comments about, I'm looking at version 7, so I'm going to refer to that, but the same comments would be true in version 6 as well. And I do appreciate Senator Rothfuss's effort and Representative Wally's as well in herding the cats, as you wish, to get this group together and working towards the same direction at least. So if not necessarily aligned completely, but jumping to page 17, again, this is in version 7, which is in page 17, lines 2 through 9. I'll just briefly reiterate that PTSB through rules will determine what requirements will be needed for educators to demonstrate literacy competency as defined by rule of the board and so forth. And that piece is fine. We've got some of that kind of bubbling in the works as we're going along. But that seems a bit in contrast to page 15. And I've got it, page 15, line 5, where it looks like the superintendent of public instruction is establishing professional development requirements. So in PTSB rules, in our chapter 8 rules, outline renewal requirements for certified educators. And so that's where, from page 17, where we're going to add that language about the renewal requirements that align to literacy competency. So I would propose an amendment on page 15 regarding the superintendent's authority. Instead of establish professional development requirements, I would say that she and the Department of Ed should provide the professional development provide professional development strike requirements related to effective language. The department already does provide hours and hours and programs of professional development that PTSB does approve, does work towards educator licensure. I think that actually maintains the separation of roles of the agencies, but still allows the department to provide and that support and so forth, while PTSB outlines this is what you'll need to maintain your license. And I would stand for any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Is there any more testimony in the room? Seeing none, I'll close public testimony in this room. Senator Scott.
We never really heard from the State Department of Education where we could ask them questions. I got a whole series of questions for them.
Gonna allow some online.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good evening.
Mr.
evening, yes.
Chairman, Madam Co-Chair, Nish Goicolea, Wyoming Department of Education Chief Policy Officer.
I'm Claudia Ladd. Excuse me, Claudia Ladd, Supervisor, new job, Literacy Supervisor, Wyoming Department of Education. Happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Chairman, and I do have a series because I'm at the point on this, I'm very intrigued by the bill. But if this was third reading and I was faced with this bill, I'd have to vote no. And so I want to ask about certain things in here. First, a question from hard experience. What can the State Department do under this, if this were to pass and you had the existing law that would still be there? What could you do when districts simply ignore the requirements of this bill? And Mr. Chairman, let me explain. When we passed the original bill that started the whole 401 reading series, it had a requirement in there for districts to provide these individualized reading plans. And it had some money, they all took the money, but half of them didn't do those original reading plans. And the State Department seemed to be unable to do anything about it. If you have that situation recur, what would you be able to do? And I'm really looking for a way to strengthen the bill on that score.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Scott, I think we have some opportunity under our accountability and accreditation model that we could build this in as a compliance and requirement thing to be able to say that if, you know, these things are not being done, then we could propose to potentially to the state board that they would be out of compliance with accreditation.
Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, what would that do to the district? Would they just ignore you again? Or is that a threat that they would respond to?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Scott, I do believe that accreditation is a serious matter at all levels of education, and it would definitely bring to light both at the state board level, the school board level, and other community levels as well, the situation. So I would assume that they would respond to that.
Okay,
Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, on page 11, there's a requirement, and I'm looking at 16. I have not been able to get anywhere with 17 yet, or version 7. There's a requirement on page 11, line 11, about these plans be developed in collaboration with the student's parents, guardian, and implemented within 30 days. What do you do? That, it's obviously desirable to have the parents involved. One of the problems in some of the districts where there are real troubles is they are hostile to parental involvement, and getting parental involvement is important. What do you do when the parent doesn't cooperate? Because that's one of the things I have heard from my district, that you get fairly frequent situation where you just can't get a response from the parent. What do you do about it? This language says it's got to be done. Okay, if it doesn't happen because the parent doesn't cooperate, what do you do?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Scott, thank you for that question. The intent behind this is to do that partnership with parents. So as you're going through screening and diagnostics, to put together a plan alongside. So it would, yes.
And I understand that, and I think it's virtuous. I think it's right. But what do you do when the parent just won't? And I've seen enough parents that just won't.
Understandably. So with that, as a teacher that's trying to reach out to do that, if we're not making headway, then that would move to an assistant principal, trying to build at the higher level at the school, helping to make that connection with the parent. The reading plan would still need to be created, right, for the best interest of the child. So making sure that you have reached out multiple times to families, perhaps thinking outside the box. Do they need a ride to school? Do we meet with them over Zoom? It's about finding alternate ways, because perhaps they aren't getting in there for a reason. So how can we as the school reach to them? Should they not choose to, that would be on the parent side. The intent would be for the school still to be responsive to what is shown in the data and provide services for students.
Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, that all makes sense to me, but I don't see anything in the bill that allows that. I see just a hole. Mr. Chairman, there's a key thing here is in this bill is grade level of proficiency at reading. There's a provision for the state superintendent to define that, but I see, Mr. Chairman, no guidance here, no minimum requirements. And I'm not particularly afraid of this superintendent. I think she would. But in 2 years or 6 years, we are very likely to have a different superintendent. And I've seen some that I'm pretty convinced would use that as a way to dumb the whole system down so it wasn't doing anything. What can we put in the bill going forward so that the grade level proficiency means something?
Chairman, Senator Scott, that's a very valid point. And I think that could be written in as looking at proficiency for grade level as defined across the nation. We aren't the only ones wanting first graders reading at a first grade level. We would want to keep that aligned with our standards and what we would like to see. And we could tweak that again, so it does have that accountability within inside this bill for protection.
Yeah.
Senator Scott.
And Mr. Chairman, again, I think we're going to need to modify the bill because I don't have problems with the current State Department of Education on this, but I think there's a real risk going forward, and it's difficult enough to do legislation, so I'm not sure we'd ever catch up with that risk. On the universal screeners, there's a requirement in here for one of those. I'd see it's mentioned on page 7. How do we ensure sufficient rigor in the universal screener?
Chairman, Senator Scott, the screeners have gone through the advisory list. We have of screeners that are approved have been sent through a review process with experts around the nation and through our state in order to get on that list. the advisory list. So we would encourage that districts would be using a screener from that advisory list.
Senator Scott?
Two more, Mr. Chairman. We do have in this state, we do have major problems. We've heard about the problems here in this district in particular. It's not confined to this district. You wouldn't have some of the complaints in my district, but you'd have a lot of them. We have a major problem there too, just not getting done. But we have about a third of the districts that are doing quite well now. Both in total objective terms, they're not getting all the kids. I think they could do better, but they're doing quite well. How do we prevent this centralization that's in this bill from destroying the districts that are being successful? Because I think that the representatives here from Sheridan have validly raised that point. What can we do to fix that?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Scott, I don't think that would be an overarching issue whatsoever. Currently, the department provides support to the districts that need it the most. And if the district's already doing very well, then we provide less support. And so I think there's always the opportunity for additional support, even if they're not struggling. But when they are struggling, they get a lot more of our attention.
And
Senator
Mr. Chairman, that's the way it should be. But the department has several times tried to put a stop to one of our best districts and doing some of the things that it's doing successfully. So I raise that, Mr. Chairman, as a further concern on this bill. The final one, we've talked about it already, this 3 queuing thing. And my model of the world is that there is no one single best system for teaching reading. We had testimony in this committee, it's now more than 4 years ago, from a researcher who was doing fMRI studies on kids and was saying that a third of them, he said 30%, were using different brain areas than the typical speech language area to learn how to read, was what his research was showing. Now, I've seen some claims that that's not true, that everybody uses the same, and I don't know which to believe. But it does, the implications of that to me were that maybe not all kids need the same thing to learn how to read. They may learn how to read differently. And what I wonder about banning a system is one that has been tested successfully and been commercially promoted and whatnot. I get the strong suspicion that at least for some kids, it worked very well. And do we really want to eliminate a tool which may not be the best for the majority of the kids, but may work very well for some? Do we really want to prohibit the use of such a system?
Chairman, Senator Scott, you're correct with fMRIs do show the areas of the brain that light up when typical children are reading. Also with dyslexia, it goes in a reverse way. So we do need to be teaching things differently. With the 3 queuing, yes, that's a big divide. The most fantastic part of all of our collaborations across the state was people with very different mindsets on this, understanding that 3 queuing does not teach children how to decode those letters. We had other people, we had this built out. I'll say go back to maybe version 5 or 4, as it keeps going through the renditions where it was listed in there. And the decision amongst the group, we had people from Sheridan that we were speaking of and the university as well, that decided that that was worth it to put in here and keep it, with the knowledge that when we go to make rules, we would expand out. We are teaching the decoding through the letters and sounds, and then using that perhaps when they're older, looking at different contexts to gain different understanding within the text. So the critical nature of not depending on that as a choice of using meaning, syntax, and structure, right, to a first grader who's trying to sound out a word. Does it look right? Do they know? Does it sound right? Like thinking about it that way, teach them to sound it out, teach the decoding. And then you would see in the rules, that it would specify different areas that you could use some of that terminology in another way once students are reading.
So you're saying go ahead and prohibit it in the law and then put it in the regulations, you can use it sometimes. That's not the way I understand the relationship between law and regulation. If we ban it, you can't put it in the regulations.
Senator Office.
I just wanted to address that point. So on page, I'm looking at 0.6 now, since that's what you've got, because it's the same language. Page 11, lines 20 and 21 are that Romanet. And there's a lot of focus on prohibiting the use of the 3 queuing system. And everyone has ignored line 21, which is as a basis for teaching word recognition or decoding. That was a big part of the discussion. And that was the reason why people were comfortable leaving it in, is the 21 line as a basis for teaching word recognition or decoding, which it abjectly fails at. So that was where everyone came up with the, all right, well, that's okay to be in there because then you can still use 3 queuing for fluency, for example, later, once you already have decoding skills and word recognition skills, and it might be a good approach for that fluency. That was the thrust of the discussion. So I just wanted to clarify that for Senator Scott.
Further questions? Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to address Senator Scott's question about what do we do to try to hold districts accountable, and point out that if you're in 0.6, Senator Scott, it is page 15, lines 4 through 9, and 0.7 is 15, 18 through 23. But it lays out somewhat of a pathway to get to what they were speaking of in terms of it coming up in as a matter of accreditation and maybe even downgrading accreditation as an option. But you get there through that process of you work with them where they're not complying, come up with a corrective plan for the districts that are failing to implement the act. And so there's a little bit of what I call some due process in that provision that leads the way then to getting to options like maybe we consider downgrading. Maybe, I mean, if there's just a completely ignoring of the law in such an important issue as reading, when we're struggling so much. So I just would point that out, that's there. But again, the options of what they could do would be a really, I think, more of a part of rulemaking, but they offered what I think was a pretty logical one, which is a potential downgrading of accreditation for continued refusal to implement this act. So that's just point that out for you.
Thank you. Further questions? Anything else from the department? Thank you. All right, we'll now go to online testimony. In-person testimony is closed.
Mr. Chairman, I've got Alan Merrill joining the room right now, and then I'll just work my way down the list, if that's okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, could I suggest that we only provide online for those people who are from Wyoming? Because I know we have at least 4 that are out of state. Would that be possible? Since it's been a long night.
Yes, I think that's a good idea.
Hello, thank you. I know it has been a long night. Co-Chairwoman Schuler, Chairman Andrew, my name is Alan Merrill. I've been a licensed teacher in the state of Wyoming since 2010. The last 12 of those years spent serving as a reading interventionist and teacher in Gillette, Wyoming. Yes, we have been experiencing some power outages in Gillette, Wyoming, but we're here now. I'd like to thank you for offering me the opportunity to speak about literacy in the state of Wyoming. I would like to speak in support of both of these bills. We've heard a lot of things said tonight. I think one important thing that was said is this cannot wait another year. Action is needed. First, I'd like to address 26 SLO 0193. Positive change happens only through the work of effective leadership. I believe that the creation of a state level literacy position is necessary to ensure that teachers and school districts are held to high standards of reading instruction for students. Effective leadership will encourage the necessary collaboration about best practices and the answers for reading instruction that have been talked about tonight that should be happening across buildings and districts and all the counties in our state. I believe if we had this collaboration, we'd have far fewer students experiencing some of these feelings of hopelessness and despair that we've heard of tonight. If we had this strong literacy leadership in our state through this legislation. Second, I'd like to talk about my professional opinion regarding 26 LSO 0217, the K-12 reading assessment and intervention. Literacy instruction and reading intervention needs to be an active process in every public school in Wyoming. In my teaching experience at the secondary level, I have seen students check out of grade level learning because they feel or they believe they can no longer keep up with the reading demands in the secondary classrooms. It's been brought up today that we need, I believe it was Dr. Brown earlier brought up, we need resources. We need boots on the ground in secondary schools. We need training and specialists. We had a woman who was a speech language pathologist brought up here. If we're dealing with dyslexia, yes, this is not just reading, this is language processing disorder. We need language experts with us in the classrooms to help with this. It's imperative that the state ensure proper curriculum and effective methods of instruction are being implemented. It is equally essential that the leadership and representatives of the citizens of Wyoming provide a guarantee that all the adults, the teachers, the paras, and specialists responsible for instruction have met rigorous standards of knowledge, preparation, and pedagogy. Thank you for your time and your attention. I will now stand for questions.
Mr. Chairman, Faith Howard is next.
That would make sense. Please proceed.
Hi. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Co-Chair Schuler and esteemed members of the committee. My name is Faith Howard and I am a 6th through 12th grade literacy specialist and teacher in Pinedale, Wyoming. I have worked in education for 17 years, primarily as a high school English teacher. I also represent Southwest Wyoming and secondary teachers in this conversation about the bill. Over the past 3 years in my current role as a literacy specialist for older struggling readers, we've been able to drastically turn around outcomes for low readers and those at risk of reading failure in high school. I am here today to show my support for this literacy bill and to further explain why we need this level of support, not just for younger students, but also in Wyoming secondary schools. Early stages of this bill propose these provisions only extend to grades K through 6. However, in order to address the current reading crisis both nationally and in our state, it is our duty to create the infrastructure and requirements that will better serve at-risk readers. As is evidenced from the attached 2024 NAEP reading assessment data. So you all received a packet, I believe, and if you're able to turn in there, you'll see some of the accompanying materials that I'm referring to. 65% of high school seniors, which are this year's college freshmen, cannot read proficiently. These are the lowest scores since the nation's inception of this test in 1992, showing that nothing has changed and our current approach isn't working. That I want to reiterate, that what we have been doing is not working. I see it every day in my classroom with the students that I'm working with, which is why it is imperative that these mandates happen for schools to do better in our state. In addition, 2024 NAEP 8th grade reading data, okay, which is if you turn to page 3, I believe, 3 or 4, reveals that 71% of students in Wyoming, we're talking about right here, are not reading proficiently. This is the equivalent of 4,970 students, current freshmen in Wyoming's high schools, who are lost and consistently do not understand what they are reading. Of those nearly 5,000 students, the question that comes to mind is, have they been identified or are they receiving literacy services? And quite frankly, the answer is typically no. Typical models for secondary reading support often heavily rely on academic support, study hall, in other words, to help struggling readers. And this is only for those who have an IEP. This approach may help them to pass classes, but will never shore up the underlying skills gaps that these students possess. Due to the lack of legislative guidance and accountability with screening assessments to identify struggling readers, a majority of students at risk of reading failure in the upper grades are being passed along through our schools, never to receive the support that they desperately need. And I think that narrative was played out over and over again when we heard from parents and younger children today. Another issue is the current number of secondary students with undiagnosed dyslexia. Current research shows that potentially up to 1 in 5 individuals has dyslexia, which requires evidence-based instruction from a highly trained teacher. Even in high-performing schools where 70 to 80% of students are achieving proficient or advanced on the YTOP in our state, that was mentioned, right? What about the high-performing schools? I'm one of those high-performing schools that I work in. That still leaves 20 to 30% of our student population unidentified and underserved. A point that I want to make very clearly is that this is doable. This bill can work for our secondary schools. And that's in response to Dr. Brown's comment that this is going to take some work, and he's right, but it's worth it. We're currently providing much of what the bill outlines in Pinedale in my role, and it's working. If you look at page 1 of the attached packet, you'll see the yellow highlights. Comparative scores at Pinedale High School reveal a reduction of students testing below basic in the 9th and 10th grade from 29% to as low as 6% over 3 years, and reducing the average percent of students not reading proficiently to 22% in 9th grade and 25% in 10th. Compared to national trends of 65 to 70%, this is astounding. This was done through much of what the bill requires, administering universal screeners 2 to 3 times per year for all secondary students, conducting follow-up diagnostics to determine areas of need for specific students, and acquiring professional development in science of reading and structured literacy approaches to deliver to qualified students. 42 states currently have reading legislation that reaches beyond grade 3. States like Virginia, Mississippi, Ohio, Illinois, and Pennsylvania extend reading legislation into middle school. And Kansas and Michigan currently have K through 12 reading laws. We have the opportunity to be leaders in the country for systemic change that will drastically alter the trajectory for thousands of Wyoming students. And just a quick note, so I run these literacy lab classes and doing all of these approaches. And that's why I really believe in this bill, because I have districts reaching out to me constantly asking, what are you doing and how can we do it? But it requires, right? It requires some training and it requires knowledge that secondary teachers are not given typically in how to teach kids how to read, because it's assumed that they already know that. But as we're seeing, there are so many kids filtering up through the system that don't have what they need. That problem's not going to go away anytime soon. And we have to arm our teachers in our state to address this. Otherwise, those numbers are going to continue to decline or stay the same forever. One response I wanted to give very briefly is the 3 queuing, okay? I see that firsthand with my students. 10 years ago, that was used widely in curriculum in elementary schools. And so when they become teenagers, this is what it looks like. They are expert guessers, but they do not know how to sound out or read words. So they guess constantly. And it's really problematic. And you probably have seen adults even do that, right? They cannot sound out multisyllabic or words with tricky spelling patterns. Chairman Schuler and committee members, and Mr. Chairman, I apologize for the length of this speech, but I would be remiss not to end with you hearing the voices of secondary students directly. If you look into page 3 of the attached documents, I'm going to read a portion of the letter I had some of my students who have received this reading intervention as well as a parent write letters. And so I'm going to read their words. This is from a student named Allie, who I taught in literacy last year, and I have her this year as well. Dear JEIC, I'm from Pinedale High School. I am going to tell you about my journey with reading. When I was in elementary, I hated reading out loud in front of a class or even in small groups because of how bad I would stutter or because I would not know how to say the easiest words. From this, I started to get pulled from class to get help, but even with that, I still would struggle with reading and writing. In middle school, I had no confidence in reading. It didn't matter if I was reading with a partner or a big group. I would hate reading because I was worried if I mess up or take forever to read, they would get annoyed or judge me. When I was in 6th grade, I started going to academic support all through middle school, but it felt like it didn't help because all we would do was work on homework and multiplication charts. Once I got into my freshman year of high school last year, I got put into Lit Lab with Mrs. Howard. I'm not going to lie, but at the beginning, I thought it was a dumb class and it won't help me. But let me tell you that since I've taken that class, it helped me so much. It built up my confidence, and now I raise my hand to read in class. I'm taking Lit Lab again this year because I knew I could grow and I know I can improve more. All these that Mrs. Howard teaches is scientific based. In my opinion, I think these other kids around the world should experience this too. Sincerely, Allie Wackerman. This is the impact that your legislation can have for kids across our state, just like Allie, and in particular, the fight to push this initiative specifically in secondary schools is worth the hard work, and it's worth the expectation that we're going to have to train and support more secondary teachers to do this work. The issue is not going away. Thank you. I'll now open for questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we've got Shandell McDonald.
Good evening.
Hi. My name is Shandell McDonald. I live in Laramie. My son is a second grader in Albany County School District. Co-Chair Schuler, Chairman Andrew, and the members of the committee, thank you for giving me this opportunity. I support this bill because I believe every child in Wyoming deserves to know how to read. My parents were raised on the reservation and they received less than ideal education. I know that my dad had dyslexia and that my grandpa also had dyslexia. They decided to move us so that we could receive a good education. And so my siblings and I were raised in Wyoming and educated here in the public school system. And we were fortunate enough to have a great public education. We did very well in school. We didn't have to get any extra help. Although now that I'm older, I can recognize that we probably had some form of dyslexia or at least a language disability. All four of us became first-generation college students. 2 of us are chemists. One's an engineer and another a businesswoman. I strongly believe that Wyoming schools were vital in our life success by giving us great opportunities and changing our families' lives for the better. But it's been heartbreaking for me to see that my own child is going through all these struggles that you have heard with reading. He's getting extra help outside of school. He's been going to the University Literacy Center for extra tutoring. He gets help from Title I teachers during school. And at the end of 1st grade, I realized that, I thought that he was learning how to read in 1st grade. But at the beginning of 2nd grade, I realized he couldn't actually read. He was doing the 3 cueing system. He was guessing what the words were. He was memorizing the books that the teachers were giving him. And so I thought that he was learning how to read. But at 2nd grade, when he had to read real stories and decode words, he couldn't do it. And so at the beginning of 2nd grade, he was moderate risk. I got him help. It's been a year. And at the beginning of 3rd grade, he's at high risk and even lower than he was at the beginning of second grade. So this led me to question the assessments and also the instruction that he's been giving by the school district. And so somewhere in between where I was taught how to read and my siblings were taught how to read, something changed. And it was the way that the teachers were being taught to teach how to read. And part of that was the 3Q system. And you talk about having a quiver full of arrows, but what if one of those arrows is missing its flight or it's dull? Or what if that arrow is a boomerang, which is the 3Qing system, which actually hurts weaker readers? So would you load that quiver with something you knew wasn't going to hit the target and that maybe could come back and hit you or hit other students? So I know that me and my siblings, we were taught pretty well. I think we got a good education in just a regular classroom. And so I think with this 3Qing system, they're loading the quivers with boomerangs and they're hurting kids in the classroom and they're not reaching the target. So why not load your quiver with arrows that you know are going to hit your target and that aren't going to hurt that 20% of kids that don't know how to read or learn differently? So I think that it's incredibly important that our schools use evidence-based reading instruction that benefits all students. And of all things, our public schools should be able to teach every child how to read. That is the foundation of their success, and I think it's very important. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we've got Lindsay Adam.
Can you hear me?
Good evening. Yes.
Hi. My name is Lindsay Adam. I also teach in Pinedale, Sublette County School District number 1. I was District Teacher of the Year in 2021. I testified on the K-3 reading bill last time it came around in 2023. And even back then I said this bill does not go far enough. I am a teacher of kids who are still learning English. Some of them were born and raised here. Some of them moved here last year. The K-3, the K-6 does not solve issues that we see with those kids that move in. And a lot of times it's kids from California and Arizona. This bill has to be K-12 in order to really reach all students. I've been saying that for the last 2 years. I want to fill in some history for those of you who I think feel hesitant on how can we just, if this is such a big problem, how is this bill going to fix it? You have to understand how we got to this point. And I'm sure a lot of you remember when you learned to read, teachers saying things like, just sound it out, just sound it out. And phonics was just starting to be a big thing in the early 90s when Marie Clay, who came up with the 3Qing system, founded her own reading program. Her research was based on watching struggling students read and trying to help them using all of the poor guessing strategies that you've heard about. And she was able to find a publisher and package it and sell it all over the world for a lot of money. It was effective marketing. It was not effective teaching. And for years, teachers didn't know that. So that's why generations forever have learned to read, and all of a sudden our kids aren't reading. The thing is, money got us into that problem. When you see districts hesitant to go away from that, it's because those were very, very expensive programs and they trained all their teachers to use them. It's going to take money to get us out of this problem. Science now shows 60% of kids, even with poor reading instruction, can learn to read. Their brains can figure out the patterns and their codes on their own. 40% of students cannot do that, whatever the underlying issue is, whether it's dyslexia or another language, or just slow processing. Those 40 kids have to have effective reading and strategy taught by teachers who know what they're doing, and it is very complicated. It is much more complicated than just sound it out. The English language goes way beyond just sound it out, but it can be done. My colleague, Ms. Howard, mentioned that she's been doing a fantastic job here. But again, money got us into this problem and money will only get us out. She is spread so thin between 6th through 12th grade, as am I as an ELL teacher. I have students that are so low, she doesn't have room for them in her schedule. So yes, we need teachers who know how to teach them, and we need them in every building. Without that, doing all this great screening and knowing who's struggling doesn't do any good. I've known my whole career, 17 years, I could tell you which kid probably has dyslexia. I could tell you which kid is not reading at grade level. But without the resources to help that kid, that doesn't matter. And when we talk about, I know there's, Madam Chairman asked about what's a good number of hours for summer school. I think a much better way to approach it, if you do want to be specific, is a teacher to student ratio. That's how we do everything, because the superintendent from Sheridan was right. One teacher teaching 30 kids who are all behind, doesn't matter how many hours, you're not going to make any improvement. And I do think if we start to have literacy and intervention programs that actually do make a difference, because we heard in that student's letter, they were in every intervention their entire life, nothing ever got better. Parents feel that too. They don't want their kids to suffer through more of the same pain during the summer. But if they start to have their kids go to summer school and actually make incredible gains, they're going to start to buy in as well. So we need money to retrain teachers. We need teachers that can teach complicated literacy skills to students who aren't figuring out on their own through all the grade levels. We can dig ourselves out of this hole, but we spent the last 30 years digging ourselves into it. So it's going to take some time and it's going to take some money. And with that, I yield for questions.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we got Scott Stoltz next.
Good evening.
Good evening. This is Scott Stoltz, Superintendent of Schools in Sheridan District 2 in Sheridan. Thank you again for providing the opportunity to allow us to provide input into the literacy bill. I concurrently occur that this going beyond K3 is critically important. We know that kids struggling with reading don't end at third grade. And this intensive intervention is critically important for student success. When we look at the specific bill, there's a couple questions or concerns that we look at and have, which have been somewhat addressed, specific to where it provides the Wyoming Department of Education or the State Superintendent of Public Instruction to define instructional material, practices, and curriculum. We feel like that should be done in collaboration or in consultation with school districts. That's a local decision that we feel like we should have a hand in making that decision. In addition to that, it also states that the Wyoming Department of Education would in fact determine what the level of proficiency is. We know that right now the state assessment determines that 85% of students should be proficient on YTOP. We also know the concerns with that YTOP doesn't necessarily determine the proficiency of readers. So we need to have something that is valid and reliable as far as how we choose to determine the level of proficiency that we can measure across the state. So I think that's something that we definitely need to look into. I think the other part of this that I do need to speak to, because it's been addressed multiple times by at least two different speakers, and I want to speak specifically to how it has impacted District 2. I am never one that's going to tout the successes of our district, because we always have ways to get better. But it's been simply stated that the science of reading is the only way that you can educate students effectively, and it is the only system that works. I would argue that is incorrect. I firmly believe, as it has been testified by multiple individuals, as we all know, we all learn differently. There is not one system, there is not one program, there is not one means to educate every student. I think the opportunity to provide multiple ways for students to learn, and in this particular case to read, is critically important. When we isolate it just to the science of reading, that is problematic from my perspective. I also would argue that the balanced literacy is not also the only way that students learn. We would prescribe to a method that is actually a balance of using both systems. It is not swinging the pendulum one way or the other. It is not being an advocate for one specific reading war camp or the other. Rather, it's a hybrid system that uses both systems, which exactly we do. The argument was made that reading recovery is not effective. That is, it is a program that was sold that's overly expensive and not effective, and that it only works for those students that are great readers and it's not sustained. That's inaccurate. And we have the data that absolutely unequivocally provides evidence of that. So I feel like that has been stated, and I think I firmly believe I need to counter that statement. We've used read and recovery for over 25 years. Our data continues to be consistent. Our free and reduced population, to much people's demise, is about 39%. 6 of our 9 schools are Title I schools. We don't just have the rich and the affluent. We have plenty of Title I students. When we look at the data, and I'm not going to bore you with the entire details, 4A schools comprise of about 70% of the students in Wyoming. When we look at how our students rank regarding the ELA scores in YTOP, grades 3 through 10, we are first, second, and third in every one of those categories. To sustain that isn't sustained is also inaccurate. Our students continue to demonstrate proficiency on the YTOP score, which is what we expect all kids to know and be able to do, and on other assessments and other ways that we demonstrate student success. So I think it's important that we understand that there's a multitude of ways of teaching students to read. And I think allowing those multiple opportunities is critically important as opposed to isolating it just to one particular area. In addition to that, I think, again, providing multiple opportunities for professional development, looking at the professional development that we are using or prescribing across the state, or that the state is providing for our districts, and look at the data. Is it in fact creating opportunities for students to grow in those districts? That is worth noting and worth reflecting on, as opposed to just choosing systems and not looking at the data to drive decisions. I think that is important. Reading is critical. We know it is critical for student success. As a result of that, we have to provide the quality professional development for all teachers, K through 12. Yes, administrators need to be active in part of that process. They are the ones that are supporting it. They need to be able to walk into a classroom and know whether they are teaching effective reading strategies or not for our students. They are helping to support that. They are instructional leaders. They're not managers. So I think all of those pieces are critically important to student success. And I applaud the Joint Education Committee for moving forward to looking to what we can do better and differently to help our kids be even more successful. So I thank you for that. I thank you for the late hour of allowing the testimony. We've been moved out of the dark and we're now in the light, literally. So that's a good thing as well. So I will certainly stand for any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Senator Brennan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maybe it's being the late hour, or maybe it's just that I'm not familiar with everything. Can you just tell me I think you said you use the reading recovery. Is that the program that you use? And what is it based off of? Like what method of reading is it based off of?
So it is the work of Marie Clay. That is accurate. We do use a 3 cueing system. That is also accurate. Do we do that just in isolation? Absolutely not. Do we use phonics? Yes. Do we use phonemic awareness? Of course. We use all of the other systems to help teach students to read. It isn't just one sole method, which is to my point that I stated earlier. There are multiple ways to help students who are struggling to read, provide multiple systems to help them find success, and more importantly, that it is sustained.
Senator Brennan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So follow-up question to that then is, what is the main method that you guys use for reading?
Let's go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, Co-Chair Ocean and Representative Brennan. We use a balanced literacy approach, meaning that our students in K through 8, it's a balanced literacy program, meaning that our students are in reading groups that are based on their reading levels. So it's not one anthology that's taught to the entire class. These students are benchmark assessed. So we use a specific screener, obviously, and those students then, we determine what reading level they were in. As a result of that, they work with small groups with their teacher, who works with them specifically at their level as they continue to progress through those levels. That does not stay stagnant. So there are specific also word work, there is writing, there is phonics, there is other pieces of the literacy program that is also wrapped into this literacy block. But that is the essential method that we choose to use as we work through the elementary grades and into the junior high, where it becomes book clubs and other things such as that.
Follow up. Oh, Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here. I assume you praised the bill. You said it's needed. A lot of things in it are things we are lacking. And I know you come from a district that is making progress. And again, is the main issue for you related to the bill and how it will impact what you're doing have to do with the use of reading recovery and the way the bill prohibits that? Is that, am I understanding that correctly? Or can you just give me an understanding of how this bill would be a burden to you more than a blessing?
Co-Chair Ocean,
Go ahead.
Representative Lawley. Specific to that, no, that's not problematic. I mean, I believe that Senator Rothfuss specifically spoke to the point that the 3 queuing system can be used, which would continue to be used. I don't see it as problematic. I do see it as problematic if the Wyoming Department of Education is left to define instructional materials, practices, and curriculum, and that is only what we can use, and it is not done in consultation and in collaboration with school districts. I see that as problematic.
Follow up?
Thank you for that. That does clarify. And so it answers a question that's been sort of hinted at today, that some districts that are doing well really don't want this bill. I think there are features of it that many districts do want. That was why I was asking the question, but I point taken on regarding the consultation. I think that's actually a good suggestion. So I appreciate your testimony. Thank you.
Co-Chairman Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Superintendent Stoltz, for being here tonight, it's been a long day. And sorry to hear about all the issues going on up your way. On page 12 of the 0.7 bill, and it's also mentioned in the 6th, if we just changed one portion on page 12, lines 13, where it says, prohibit the use of the 3 queuing system. If we just added as the only basis for teaching word recognition or decoding, would you feel comfortable with that change or that amendment?
Co-Chair Schuler, yes, I would.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Seeing none, do we have any? Oh, Representative Bratton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So thank you for testifying, Superintendent Stoltz. So what other amendments would need to be made to this bill in order for it not to negatively impact the schools in Sheridan? Well, I'll have you speak to Sheridan too.
Co-Chair Ocean, Representative Bratton. Specific to that, I mean, the bill, there are certainly, I think it's a good bill. And I firmly believe, again, K-12 is critically important. We are better because of accountability, and we will never shy away from that. And I think that's, again, why I think it's critically important that we have something in place that continues to hold a high bar and holds districts to high accountability. Because, again, we use that as a way to help make ourselves better. Regarding the specific amendments, I think, again, speaking to the defining the materials, practices, curriculum, I think in addition to that, the definition of proficiency that is deemed by the Wyoming Department of Education, I think we have to be, I'm not sure how that language will look as far as what would that look like and how would the Wyoming Department of Education determine that level of proficiency that is valid and reliable. And I suspect that would be the measure they would choose to use. Currently, right now, as we know, that's YTOP, which of course is exactly that. But we know, again, there's inherent concerns with that because it is not a reading test. It doesn't measure proficient readers.
Representative Lawley.
To your issue concerning the role of the superintendent in high quality instructional materials and creating sort of a list, I assume, of things that would qualify. Would it, on page 10 of the bill, I'm on the 0.7, line 8, if after of this, as defined by rule of the state superintendent, we inserted the phrase in consultation with districts?
So the amendment that I had.
Would that kind of give you the comfort that you would have some input in that?
Yes, Co-Chair Ocean, Representative Lawley, I think yes. Again, I think it provides an opportunity for local control to have the opportunity for input into making those choices.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Senator Rothfuss.
On that point, just for clarification, it's probably better to have it on page 14, line 20 on the 0.7, and actually to strike that by rule of the superintendent, because that's probably redundant. The actual directive is at the bottom of page 14, line 20, and you probably just start the Romanet 1 with in consultation with school districts, comma, identify universal, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So at that point, the school districts are engaged in all of the identifications with the state superintendent on developing rules. That's where the directive is. And I think that's where I would put it if that's the desire of the committee.
Okay.
Thank you. Further questions? Seeing,
Senator Rothfuss, so you don't think then we have to make any change on page 10 at all?
Madam Chairman, I would actually just strike as defined by rule of the state superintendent, because it's defined by rule of the state superintendent according to page 14. So you don't need it in both places. And at that point, the clarification on the other page would be the appropriate implementation of it. So I would make the change on page 10 for clarity purposes, but I would strike instead of add.
thank you. Are there any remaining questions for the superintendent? Thanks for your testimony. Are there any other online?
Nope, Mr. Chairman, he was the last one.
All right. Thank you. Committee, what is your pleasure on the bill?
Mr. Chairman, I would move 0.7 draft.
Second.
It has been moved by Senator Rothfuss and seconded by Representative Lawley. Is there any discussion? Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman. I've been past 2 or 3 hours sitting here mentally flipping a nickel on this bill. It, I think, is headed in the right direction. I think that it has some major deficiencies. So it's just things that simply aren't covered in it, and some other corrections. And I think that the Sheridan 2 district superintendent was much more articulate than I can be as some of the things that need to be fixed. It really is not yet ready for prime time. It doesn't look like I was exploring to be a possibility of another committee meeting. That doesn't look feasible. I think where I'm going to come out is that I'm going to vote no on the bill at this time, and would urge you, the rest of you, to do the same, because it really isn't good enough. And I don't think that if we just had a committee bill and tried to fix it during session, general session, we might have time to do it. I don't think we do in the budget session. What I'm going to urge, if it goes down, is that the proponents of this bill pay attention to the defects, and particularly pay attention to some of the suggestions of Sheridan County, and try to fix it and bring it back to the private bill. That, I think, ought to come in. But I just don't think it's good enough right now. I'm sorry. And the ambush of the extra version with less than 24 hours to look at it doesn't help any.
Representative Lawley.
Well, I appreciate the comments. I don't share that view. I think some of these amendments, actually, we worked through as we talked, not only with the Superintendent of Sheridan 2, but with some others. And we can make those, we can make some amendments now to address those. I fear that one of the things that seems to happen every time these bills come up on reading is we let the perfect become the enemy of the good. And that's why we never get anything done. And so on one hand, we have legislators that want to complain about the progress we're not making in reading and how awful it is, but we won't put anything in place. And no bill is perfect, but I do think we can do some amendments tonight or in the morning if we choose to wait to handle those. But where we can respond to some of these, I thought, excellent suggestions that we've heard from a couple different people that are doable. And I don't know, there'll be a lot of controversy about. I mean, not everybody will be super happy, but so I guess I just don't agree with the assessment. It's just super bad and is irreparable and ignores the fact we could do some amendments right now that are fairly straightforward.
Madam Chairwoman.
You know, I certainly understand where Senator Scott's coming from. It was hard to get this 0.7. But after going through it into the wee hours, even I was able to see that most of those changes were not very substantive. And after hearing from our superintendent and some of the folks in the room, and obviously a lot of the parents and kids and all of that sort of thing, I'm just at that point where we need something. And I think this stakeholder group has worked their tails off to get a pretty good bill here. It's better than what we looked at last year. It's better than what we looked at the time before that. I think it's really in pretty good shape. Do I think it's perfect? No. But I'm like, Representative Lawley, you won't find a perfect bill. I haven't seen one yet. Sure like to see one, but it's not going to happen. But I think we can, I've got just a couple of easy little amendments, and I don't know about anybody else, but I just think we owe it to the people that have worked so hard, our stakeholders. We owe it to our kids in Wyoming. We can't keep kicking the can down the road and saying, well, we'll get to it next year. This bill wasn't good enough. I think it's pretty good. I'm certainly not a reading specialist, of course. I will just tell you that. I was a high school teacher, so hopefully most of them knew how to read by the time they got to me, which they didn't all, but we need to do something, and we never have really addressed our older kids. We've really focused on K-3, and that's certainly where we need to focus a lot of our time and energy. But what about those kids 4 through 12? We want them prepared to go out into the world and be good citizens and be productive and be happy and be successful. I think this bill is the tool that we need, and I appreciate all the work that's been done. And I know that that part of the reason we have this 0.7 versus 0.6 is that we do want to get it right. When you get to the 7th edition of something, you hopefully have worked out all the kinks. And I think we're just about there. So I will vote yes on this, try to make a couple of amendments. And then if we get down to, if it gets through and we can get it on whichever side it ends up, and if we need to fix some other things, I think we can. That's what we are. We're the legislature. We can fix things. We don't always fix them completely right, but I think we can fix things. So I'm for the bill.
Senator
Just
Office.
quickly, and I think there will be some good amendments ahead, but a couple of things. First of all, a lot of times bills come to committees and they're not ready for prime time, so to speak, because they haven't been worked thoroughly and there are problems with the bill. The bill doesn't work. It's dysfunctional. It has conflict. It has bad organization. It has issues. That is not the problem with this bill, if there are any problems with this bill. This is a very well organized and structured bill that a lot of hard work went into. It's exceptional. The concerns are that some people disagree with some of the aspects of the policy in this bill. And that's okay, right? That's the nature of the legislative process. That's what amendments are for. That's where the amendments come in. We've heard some concerns about certain aspects of the way this policy is structured, where it doesn't provide enough flexibility to districts, for example. All right, we fixed that. That's an easy fix. We'll have language for that. Some concerns about 3Qing. We knew those were coming. We knew there'd be a debate. We had the debate. That's beneficial. Now the committee can decide how it feels about that. And it sounds like coming up with a little language like adding the word only probably fix that. So we literally heard from the district that has the most concern about it. And that superintendent made it clear that they strongly support this bill, but they have some concerns about certain aspects of the policy in the bill, which we can fix. That's about as good of a position as a bill can be in coming to a committee, where you know what the policy problems are, you've vetted it. We aired all those policy problems and now we have the opportunity to address them. And again, we have a lot of runway between now and the session to even hear more. And I think we can pick that up. Certainly, I know Representative Lawley and I, as that subcommittee, are happy to take additional concerns, additional consideration. But I think this process has gone exceptionally well. I think the bill is in great shape. We've heard the concerns. And Madam Chairman, I think there's a few amendments that are coming that help to address and mitigate some of those concerns. And we should just move forward accordingly. That's where I'm at. And I'm happy to work with anybody on amendments that make this stronger and build consensus.
Senator Brennan, do you still have a comment?
I just second everything that was said. I think this is the best literacy bill that I've seen since I've been on this committee. And I do think that there's a few wrinkles that we can iron out, but I thank you for the time that was spent on these things. So I'm happy to work amendments.
Senator Scott.
Yeah. Frankly, I thought when you started testimony, you weren't going to take amendments, you're just going to call us to vote on the bill. And frankly, I think with the bill that stands now, I think it may do more harm than does good. Because I think it would destroy some of our better programs. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to suggest if you want to do amendments, let's do them in the morning when we've had a chance to look at them and think about the wording. And they're in a better shape to do them rather than right now. And I think we do it better.
I believe that everyone has their amendments ready and written down. I think they will be quick. I've seen many of them actually. Representative Braden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I actually agree with Senator Scott. I don't have all my amendments ready, and I do still have concerns about this bill. There's a lot of shalls. There's a lot of prescription. I haven't had a chance to talk 7.0 over with my other superintendent in my district. I haven't had a chance to talk to him about it. I'm not convinced this still shouldn't go straight to the people's school boards, that they should even wait for the legislative session, that they shouldn't go to their next school board meeting and see if their school board is supporting policies that do K-3 screening, and and how often thereafter, and do they have a literacy do they have a literacy policy in their school district? I mean, I'd be going to my next school board meeting and taking this bill with me and asking what they have that as far as this is concerned. So yeah, I would like a little bit more time to look this over. I don't know that I am going to support it if we vote on it tonight.
Thank you. I think what I would like to do is give everyone who has their amendments ready a chance to offer them. And then we will take a vote after that to see whether or not we are ready to vote on the bill. Are there any amendments?
Line 13. 0.7. And basically with the.
I'm sorry, we might have to move.
Excuse me.
It's been moved. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
no worries. Yep. It basically says prohibit the use of the 3 queuing system as a basis, and I'm just going to put as the only basis. So I would like to make that amendment. So on line 14, prohibit the use of the 3 queuing system as the only basis for teaching word recognition or decoding. Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Representative Brad.
Thank you. Could you repeat that? I'm sorry, I could not.
You bet. This is on 0.7, page 12, line 14. leading up to that, it says prohibit the use of the 3 queuing system. And I'm going to add as on 14, the only basis for teaching word recognition or decoding. So scratch the A and add the only basis for teaching word recognition or decoding. That still gives districts, I think, the option to use it for other things, but it's not the only thing that we would use for that. So I don't know if that.
Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, no. Amendment is adopted. Further amendments?
We got another one. On page 13, where we're talking about the summer camps. I would like to put in after shall include on line 2, instead of a minimum of 70 hours, I would like to add and shall include age appropriate and district appropriate hours of additional instruction beyond that delivered during the regular course of the season. That way, as talking to the superintendent Christensen, a smaller school district, some districts may be okay with the 70 for little ones. They might not. Bigger districts might need more. But again, just making it age appropriate and district appropriate. So it gives us a little bit of local control for each of those districts to figure out how much extra time that they need. I don't know if that explains it well enough, but.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Representative or Senator Brennan?
Thank you. Was there a, I guess, method behind the madness of the 70 hours? Was there any research-based or reasoning for that? Or was it just kind of we probably need this amount of time?
Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you. That came from original recommendations, I think, from the stakeholder group. So I'd look to WDE for the source of the 70. Was it? That's what I assumed. Will you come to the microphone, please?
Yes, okay, thank you, Chairman. Senator Rothfuss. It did come from research and as far as vetted from the national organization called Excel in Ed, who does policy across the states we see this in the states that have really moved their literacy achievement. It was 70 hours and it also had, the intent was that it wasn't what was already done, that it is evidence-based to meet the needs of the students in front of that teacher within that summer school.
Further discussion?
I would just say, if I can speak one more time on it. Again, after talking to some of the superintendents, I just think our rural state, we do things a little differently than some of the big states around us. And I just think we got to take that into consideration, our smaller districts as well as as the larger ones. And not having anything about age appropriate definitely needs to be in there, I think. And the district appropriate, I think also. We've got to, differentiate between Claremont and Bighorn and Cheyenne and Casper. There are some big differences there, so.
Representative Lawley.
I agree, coming from all rural districts. And if we were going to set a minimum, which I understand the logic behind that, I think it would need to be more attainable for smaller districts and then give the districts an option to do more. Obviously, that's a minimum, but a minimum of that many hours during the summer is a pretty big lift for smaller districts and honestly, even parents. I mean, we can offer it, but if we make it so big and so cumbersome, they're not likely to take us up on it, I think. So, and I think that was mentioned.
Madam Chair.
Senator Rothfuss.
Mr. Chairman, excuse me. Just a note on that 70 hours isn't just the summer school program. I think it's just important to realize the structure of the language is shall provide summer literacy camps or extended supports, including after-school support and tutoring, ... So it isn't a 70-hour summer program. It is 70 hours of additional supports throughout the year that would be outside of traditional in-school supports. And that looks a little less scary, I realize. I'm not saying that the interests, Madam Co-Chairman, aren't still relevant, but I think that has been misinterpreted.
Senator Brennan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank you for the discussion and some of the clarification on this, knowing where the 70-hour number came from. And then I think with that clarification that it is 70 hours of additional support, I would agree is a little less scary. There's a little bit of conflict in me here, but I think if we're gonna do the best by our students, that we go by with what research is telling us. And research is saying, you know, a minimum of 70 hours. And I think 70 hours, even for a kindergartner over 365 days is, I think that's still doable in most cases.
Further discussion. Senator Scott.
I finally figured out where to put it. Page 6, line 2.
We're still on the prior amendment.
Yep. Okay.
If there's no further discussion on the current amendment, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
No.
Chair is in doubt. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 2, 3, 5, 6. All those opposed. The amendment is adopted. Further amendments. Senator Scott.
No, you're right. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I lost where you were.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, page 6, line 2, after the language that's there, add a provided clause saying, provided that for those grades where the YTOP English language assessment results are available, means student tested proficient or advanced.
Are you on the 6th version?
No, he's on
7. Yeah.
What line?
Page 6,
Page 6, line 2,
is it after rule?
after rule.
Could you read that one?
Okay, I'll try. Provided that for those grades where the YTOP English language assessment results are available, means the student tested in proficient or advanced categories. And Mr. Chairman, I'll move that and explain that why I'm doing that is in part, we got professional advice as a result of the last recalibration, where the Ficus and Odin people specifically advised that the students who did not test in those categories were not going to be able to succeed in the modern economy. And we've been using that since then.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chairman, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the discussion about this, and there was original language a little bit later that contemplated using YTOP specifically for graded level reading proficiency. The discussion was that YTOP, even the ELA portion of YTOP, does not evaluate reading proficiency. It just doesn't test that. So we might as well use math. I mean, it's not quite as close to use the math proficiency, but we're just using something that sounds kind of like it and then declaring, all right, well, you appear to be proficient because you've demonstrated on a test that has a similar name to what we're testing that you're proficient in that test. That's why it isn't explicitly in this legislation, because it isn't necessarily a grade indicator. Now, that's not to say at the end of the rule and regulation process that it doesn't become the indicator for a lack of better indicators. But it's the reason why we intentionally didn't put it in statute, because it isn't a good indicator. We should use something better, and we should get the answer right to determine whether somebody's reading. So nobody knew exactly what we should use, and this is a weakness in YTOP, right? YTOP doesn't have a clear, unambiguous reading test. We could change YTOP. That's not probably a popular choice, but it's a doable solution. But that's the reason for it. So I'm going to resist this motion. I'd encourage the JEC to resist this motion, not because I'm not sensitive to the concern, but because we pointedly decided not to, due to the inapplicability of YTOP for this specific use.
Co-Chairwoman Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand where Senator Scott's coming from on this, and I think my issue with it, and the only issue I have, is that, you know, we may have a different state superintendent in a couple of years, 4 years, 6 years, depending on, you know, who stays, who doesn't. It makes me a little nervous to have that as our only person to define what grade level reading proficiency is. And even though I agree the YTOP does not, it does not at certain levels really do a good job of testing reading and writing actually in some areas, but I think it needs to be there. And it just kind of as a safeguard for whoever might be the superintendent somewhere down the line, as a secondary way to test proficiency. So I'm on for that amendment.
Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, I agree with all that, and I would add to it, we do have the professional advice on the use of the YTOP results. And when you compare the YTOP results with the results that the federal NAEP test produces, there appears to be over time a pretty good correlation there. But we can't use the federal test because it doesn't go to the district level. So we're using YTOP with the knowledge that while it's not perfect, it's the best we seem to have right now. And it's been fairly consistent over time, I think, correlating with the federal results from statewide basis.
Further discussion. Senator Brennan.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I like what we have here with having the state superintendent adopt the rules. Now, what I don't like is putting the YTOPs in, because we know that it doesn't test in reading proficiency what we need for it to test. And so I would urge us to just not try to fit something that wasn't meant to be fit. I feel like we're trying to fit like a square peg in a round hole. And so I would urge us to try not to do that.
Further discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
No.
Amendment has not been adopted. Further amendments. Representative Lawley.
I want to go back to something, another one of our superintendents mentioned here in live testimony, in-person testimony on page 15. Looking at this provision on line 5 and then line 6, kind of trying to maybe make this read a little bit better and be, and again, people may have a disagreement, but I thought the point was well taken to strike the word on line 5, establish, and put provide. And then on line 6, delete the word requirements. So more consistent with, I think, the role of the superintendent. And anyway, I offer that amendment. And again, I think suggestions from districts are helpful, and I want them to know we do listen. And so I would make that, ask for a second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Senator Rothfuss.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. That suggestion came from PTSB based on the rulemaking authority and what PTSB's obligations were for professional development versus WDE. I think there's a need there to conform that, but the challenge is this language is really solid with regard to what professional development should be undertaken. And we would want to somehow put that over in PTSB as an obligation for PTSB to provide this. But I don't know that they get to that level of specificity with regard to professional development. So honestly, that might be something for us to continue to work on.
Okay.
And I don't know whether we want to amend it at this point in time, but once Brendan mentioned that, I thought, all right, we probably need to figure out the role and responsibilities between WDE and PTSB on professional development, but keep this language so that whoever is guiding it does that. And I thought that was something probably to check back in with and work a little more on. That was my thought on it. I don't know that the amendment necessarily hurts, but somebody needs to establish pursuant to that.
Point well taken. I mean, I don't mind with the late hour too, just withdrawing that amendment and
And work
but
on
it
it.
is something we need to work on.
Yeah,
And
agreed.
It's in a way somewhat minor, but.
Agreed.
You want to do the other?
Yep. Mr. Chairman,
Senator Office.
on page 14, line 20. After the Romanet 1, insert in consultation with school districts, comma. So it reads, in consultation with school districts, identify universal and dyslexia screeners, diagnostic assessments, et cetera, basically high quality instructional material, everything else. So basically, as the state superintendent adopts and promulgates these rules, the districts are involved in that promulgation process. That's my motion.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Question.
Question having been called, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Amendment is adopted.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Office.
on page 12, line 19, there was a concern over the shall provide and a solution proposed with shall offer. I think that's what's meant by provide, but I can see the concern for potential, how do we guarantee that we're having every kid there? So my motion would simply be to strike the word provide and insert the word offer in its place so that it's clear that that's what we mean.
Yeah, I second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Amendment is adopted. Representative Wally.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think there was a kind of a somewhat of a conforming amendment on page 10, where we looked at line 7. And this is
Oh, yeah.
about the use of high quality instructional materials and practices aligned with the science of reading. And then I think we eliminate that comma, and then as defined by rule of the state superintendent would be deleted.
My apologies, that's correct.
Yeah, is that right?
Yeah, so I'm going to second that motion.
Thank you.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. Representative Bratton.
What's the motion where?
Go ahead, Representative.
It's Senator Scott, it's on page 10 of the 0.7 line, starting in line 7, deleting the comma and the word as, and then on line 8, delete also defined by rule of the state superintendent. And then that comma after that, and then that's the motion.
And Mr. Chairman, that was because we have it explicit elsewhere, and then we added the refining language to ensure that it was in consultation with the district, so we don't need this piece. Yep.
Yeah.
Question.
Any discussion? Representative Bratton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did want to just ask if that then, because of what you just said, we don't have to add in consultation with. All right, thank you.
Question having been called. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Amendment is adopted. Further amendments? That's it?
From the suggestion.
All right. I guess all those in favor of voting on this bill tonight, please say aye. Or please raise your hand, please. All those opposed? All right, we are voting on LSO 217. Please call the roll.
Mr. Chairman, on 26 LSO 217 K-12 Language and Literacy Program, Working Draft 0.7 as amended for sponsorship in the 2026 session. Senator Brennan.
Aye.
Senator Olson.
Aye.
Senator Rothfuss. Senator Scott. Representative Bratton.
No.
Representative Erickson.
Aye.
Representative Kugelmass.
Aye.
Representative Kelly.
No.
Representative Lawley.
Aye.
Representative Singh.
Aye.
Representative Strock.
No.
Representative Williams is excused. Chairwoman Schuler.
Aye.
Chairman Andrew.
Aye.
I've got 9 aye.
The bill has passed the committee. We are adjourned.
And 1 excuse.
We're now taking testimony on